Hello. How are we all? Pretty much been frantically running around my house, getting shit sorted out. As you can see, I'm being extremely professional, smashing food into my face. About time? Def not griefing that. I'm pretty sure that's not griefing that as for. You put a bit too much rum in that one. Alright. Nelson has a 30-second delay. Interesting. Honestly, I don't know why, because this is actually, it should be on low latency, at least. I can't change it now anyway. Oh wait, here we go, stream settings. Yeah, it's on low latency. Is it Bundaberg's finest? No, it's actually, it's Boomba. Boomba XO. I mainly bought it because I like the bottle. But some of the guys were talking about having Boomba for the Org's birthday. So I was at the Bottle looking around and found some Boomba and I was going to buy it. And then I saw this bottle and it was only $10 more. So I'm like, oh, fucking just get this one. Plus it looks cooler. But yeah, when I opened up the bottle, it smelled like fucking metho. It was pretty strong. I've literally just started drinking. Alrighty. So, turns out there was some stuff that went down over the weekend. Something to do with, I don't know, a streamer getting griefed apparently. Thing is that I don't know all the details yet. I've literally just grabbed the small snippets of information that I could. And, we're gonna go on a bit of a journey and try and piece this together, but so far it already looks like, it's actually quite an interesting read what I skimmed over, because it looks like there's a lot of people on Spectra that just got, essentially saying, you know, the content creator got what they fucking deserved. Which I thought was interesting. Yeah, so we've got a diverse range of stuff to cover tonight. So I'm going to just get straight into it. So the first thing that we're going to be reacting to is... well, I'm just going to start with the Spectrum post. Now, this wasn't the actual Spectrum post I saw first, but it kind of... when I started putting everything together, this kind of seems like the best place to start from. So there's a Spectrum post there if you're interested. And for those who can't see Spectrum, because I know some of you who are currently watching just, you know, either use your alter account to look at it, or you just have been given a long duration break. So we're going to go straight into the Spectrum post over this way. I'll make that big. Makes it easy to read. So, we got DRS Pyro here. Forced vacation? Yeah, forced vacation. That's a better term. Should throw this on live chat too. Heavy Bob can't read the patch notes? I thought you needed a game account to be able to do that. Yeah, this is the one that the Germans made. Nomos? Enmos? Your Spectrum post also is in the lineup too. So, let's start from the start. This kind of builds the picture. So, Griefers and the Nebel event. I'm honestly not that surprised by the reactions of many commenters in the other thread. I'm curious what the other thread is. I don't know if it's, I don't know how to say your name, so I'm just going to say Enmos. I'm assuming that they're talking about Enmos, unless there was another one that got deleted, which I'd be sad about. The comments aren't even about the topic in general anymore, but they relentlessly show hatred for people who are trying to put something great together. A consistent dislike of streamers and creators. Okay, so it is, so Enmos's is the other one. Oh, so it's like Knievel. Is the N silent? Or is it like Knievel? I gotta wait 30 seconds for him to respond anyway. Short N. So it's kind of like, it's, the D is silent, hillbilly. Alright. The commenters forget that streamers and creators through their reach have the ability to put on an event that A, lots of people can attend and have fun, and B, help CIG identify fundamental problems. Okay. So in the long run, this can be a good thing for all of us. The positive side effect of the sabotage is that hopefully CIG has realized that the reputation system should be given top priority. Because through the reputation system, we can punish griefers for their behavior in the long run without having to ban anyone from the game. Because griefers would punish themselves if they have such a bad reputation that they get problems with the security forces everywhere in the verse, at least where there are corresponding laws, and don't get access to stations anymore. The griefers have hopefully done themselves no favors with their action. In conclusion, I think it's great when people like Knievel think about and organize events like this with their mods. That's a great job, especially with the poor state of the game. And I hope that CIG could learn important lessons from this and also work on solutions consistently. Saludi. Edit, it's really amazing how many come crawling out of their holes because it's probably their gaming behavior on the line. Cheers. Alright, it was short and sweet, and it kind of just didn't really give much context of what was going on, to be honest. Like, they didn't actually explain what happened. They just kind of go into the, like, they didn't say what happened, they just go, yeah, but he, what was it, the title, Griefers and the Knievel event. And then they don't talk about how the event was griefed. Which is kind of weird. Like, I don't know, I'm confused, like, with essentially the angle that they're trying to push. I was also just as surprised though. Like, some of the responses here. Like, the Invisible Man probably has the best take here when it comes to this sort of mentality. But the problem is like, it's, you don't even need to be a person who would be considered a griefer to think like this. Like, there are just people who don't care about the reputation system. Like, I know there are guys in Mongrel Squad that are like, I do not give a flying fuck about, you know, the, what was it, reputation system, inheritance, or anything like that. The way that it's being described to us by CIG, it just has no impact on how I'm going to play the game. Like, they're literally going to just play the game like it's a, you know, run and gun FPS, you know, shooter that has space combat in it. And honestly, that actually gives you a bit of an edge because you just don't care about the consequences of your actions when it comes to fights. So you just end up pushing into situations where others are sitting there going, all right, if I die here, I'm going to end up spawning all the way back here and I'm going to lose this and I'm going to, you know, lose a life and I'm going to be one step closer to losing all this reputation I spent months building up. Which we don't even know if that's going to be the case. CIG's talked about, you know, high-level concepts for a reputation system when it comes to players and the NPCs and all that sort of stuff, and what we've seen so far is quite arbitrary. Cocaina92 had a bit of a weird, I wouldn't say weird take, but they just put everything in dot points. But an interesting point came out of this, and I think, like, this one kind of touches on it, where they're talking about special rights, which I'm assuming content creators' special rights. They can manipulate their audience to try and get, change, or vote something. We'll follow just A2 incident as example, and just in many other games. Like, we've all heard about it, guys getting bloody banned from Tarkov and that because of stream acclaimed stream sniper. And then, you know, fucking old mate who's, you know, clapped him gets banned from the game for a couple of days and doesn't even know why. You know, many of them just have a dislikable personality. I don't know about that, but yeah, some of them might. Yeah, can get people banned, punished by saying the killer griefer was stream sniping even though he doesn't even know the person is a streamer. Like, we get accused of that all the time when we hit a streamer. It's 9 times out of 10, unless we know them by name. But you know, 9 times out of 10, we won't even know if somebody's a streamer. Like, we'll find out afterwards and we're like, oh, cool. And we'll watch their point of view and it's like, wow, this is a train wreck. I didn't get blamed for the vertigo thing, but a couple of our guys were involved with that. That's a good point that you're bringing up there, Nelson, with regards to streaming unlisted on YouTube so you can get everyone banned. And that's why, like, what was it? Oh, mate. The OP, what's his name? Dr. Spyro, say his name is. We scroll down, pretty sure we actually see him pipe up. Where are we? Where are they? It's not that guy. Carl, I actually found your video through this link here. So, you know, one of the reasons why it's actually important to, if you're going to post videos, try and get them onto Spectrum as well, because they'll get found. There's a streamer. There was a take here. Like J3PT, like bloody Spectrum GPT has, you know, his usual input. In this way, it's like, it's not a bad take though. In this case, they're essentially pointing out, I think, something that I thought was blatantly obvious, in that it's not that CIG doesn't care, it's that CIG just treats content creators like everybody else when it comes to doing things in game. But yeah, there's this sentence here, and Chickens Clark kind of highlighted it, and I thought this was here, like, probably the takeaway from it. If you think reputation would fix this issue, then that means that there were no breaches of rules and the conversation could end right there. Like, that right there, 100%, that point right there is pretty much the point that rests all cases when it comes to any sort of in-game actions where a streamer or content creator thinks that they're being stream sniped. Like, I know I've been stream sniped before. It kind of helps that I have a smaller audience, and I've been able to go through the list and see, that person, their name, for whatever reason, they made their Twitch name and their in-game name the exact same thing, which kind of made it easier to find them. But with these larger content, these larger streamers, like, how the fuck are they gonna know? And if you're that concerned about it, if it affects your gameplay that much, if you're that concerned about it affecting your livelihood as well, if you're making money off the what you're doing, if you're that concerned about it, you'd take measures to ensure that you could actually deal with the problem as opposed to sitting there crying about it. Because as COG, COG is kind of passively saying that it's not that they don't care, it's that what's happening in that event aligns with their philosophy for how things should be dealt with in game. Nelson, I don't know what's going on with you, man. Like you're chatting that. Yeah, like if this point here, I think is just the argument that fixes everything, and good old Spectrum GPT is the one that brought it up. So as Heavy Bob said, like if old J3PT's on your side, you'd know you won. It could be better Twitch TV or whatever they're calling it now. No, there was a take here. I don't know if it's actually in this one. It might actually be in Enmos's. Goes along the lines of, there was this guy, I think Beard Rub his name was, ended up talking about how streamers are quite dangerous to the health of communities, and he had an interesting take about that. Something that I hadn't considered, but at the same time, like after seeing it, I'm like, oh, that's an interesting take, and I'm like, oh, I don't really care. And I should have saved it, Scrundle. Here we go, Beard Rub, 64 upvotes, which I thought was an interesting take too. A consistent dislike of streamers and creators. Streamers enjoy special privileges. I don't know. I'm a streamer and I don't get any fucking special privileges. I can't attack a streamer without risking a ban for stream sniping. Streamers aren't even required to run a delay. Silly. Look at this post here, moaning about PvP happening on a PvP server as if broadcasting should give them special rights. Streamers should be required to use a streamer-only server so everyone else can play a game without their private game time being broadcast live to the planet. Players are not someone else's content. In conclusion, I think it's great that players like GrieferNet are making these events exciting and worth taking a look. Oh, it's because I'm on YouTube, not on Twitch. Okay, that's why. And Moss, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have linked the video in the thread. Like, but Beard Rub goes on to say, and I thought it was an interesting take, in that, what was it? He kind of touches on it, but he doesn't go into it specifically until we get down here. Is it this one? No. Actually, it's this one. Yeah, here we go. Alright, so Dr. Spyro, I'm going to tell you now, I don't know anything about this dude, but I'm pretty sure he's a simp for Knievel. But yeah, rarely read such bullshit. Anyone can report griefers, record a video. What happens if you don't have it on video card, mate? Biased. Anyway. Yeah, record a video, send it to CIG point. It's not really gonna do much. I host events to get CIG to sponsor my giveaway. I host events all the time. I'm hosting events all the time, nearly every day of the week. I'm hosting an event right now. I'm streaming the event. Look at it. We're all here, bloody looking over Spectrum. I'm disappointed about not winning the Drake Vulture. Don't you need an account to be able to win those, Bob? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Oh no, wait, yeah. You can see Spectrum still. Oh no, you can't see Spectrum, you still got your account. That's it. I always get that confused. Alright, Beard Rub. I think you got it backwards. The point I'm making is that streamers are kind of griefing everyone else they interact with simply by broadcasting them live. If I stream Star Citizen, I have zero obligation to protect anyone's privacy, reputation, or good time. The most humiliating shit could be coming over voice chat or global, and I can just broadcast it to the world without penalty. I can even make it content, laugh at the person, and make jokes at their expense. Better yet, I can attack people, make fun of them, and record that for content. Or stream it live as a reaction stream. Or steal their ship and hold it hostage while they ask me to return it. Much to Twitch chat's amusement. Fucking can't count. I've lost count how many times I've done that. How many streams insult the people they are fighting? All of them. Accuse them of being cowardly. Don't know about that. Griefers, space dads, running from fights, or being stubborn when given pirate demands. I'm not saying it's hard to report a griefer, I'm saying streamers are sort of griefing everyone all the time. Streaming Star Citizen or any game really should only be permitted on streamer-only servers. Anyone who gives no fucks about their privacy should be able to play on those broadcast servers, but streamers should not be permitted to mix with the regular folk who are just trying to play a game. Now, it's an interesting take, but then, you know, this goes into, I guess, you start thinking about the public domain, you know, and while Star Citizen has been run on private servers and it's owned by a private company, everybody congregating on it could be considered congregating in an area that's considered public domain. So, you know, like, at your own risk, the way that you behave could be recorded, you know, for all time. There's nothing stopping people from, you know, like recording you with their phones when you're out in real life, you know, and you do something stupid, trip over nothing and all that sort of stuff. Whether it's ethical or not is another thing, but I thought it was an interesting take. Like, this is one of the first times where you could actually sit there and say, like, you know, I don't consent to my likeness being used. But then you got to turn around and say, well, what information have you put out there? Because here's the thing is, like, in Star Citizen, we're not playing ourselves, we play an avatar that, you know, is a creation of what we want to be in that universe. Now, if you decide to name your character your real name, you decide to make them look exactly like you decide to use VoIP all the time and communicate and tell people where you live and all that sort of stuff, you're making conscious decisions in an environment where you don't need to, you know, put yourself out there like that. And I thought it was interesting because he's essentially, you know, it's kind of like with what they're talking about here, like streamers, you know, could almost be like likened to the paparazzi harassing celebrities, except streamers are just like, I'm here in the world recording myself, or, you know, TikTokers, bloody in gyms and shit like that, you know, setting their bloody little phone up and then, you know, recording their bloody workout routines for fucking recording their workout routines and then getting upset when people, you know, walk past them and things like that. A gym is a, you know, technically it's a private space that you pay money to access, but they can revoke it at any point. You know, recording other people can still be done, and you know, people do it all the time in those spaces, and then they put it up on TikTok and humiliate those people for all those likes and views. But, you know, my problem with this, you know, type of mentality is that we're in a virtual environment. which shouldn't be treated as the same as a real environment. Because if you start treating the virtual environments the same as real environments, you've got to start throwing out a lot of gameplay mechanics. Piracy can't be done because it's stealing. Stealing is illegal in, you know, the majority of the world. Can't do piracy anymore, guys. Drug smuggling, can't have drugs in your game. Can't do drug smuggling. You know, people have addiction problems. Gambling, can't do gambling, although that is restricted in some parts of the world. But it was interesting to see this take. I don't think I've seen anybody make this kind of point with regards to streamers, you know, essentially flipping the tables and going, well, the streamers are griefing everyone because they're fucking recording them and broadcasting, you know, other people without their permission. Can't low fly insurance fraud, 100%. Then, you know, can't mine because you don't have a mining license. Those rocks belong, you know, those moons belong to corporations. And you're going around, flying around, stealing all their ore. I thought that was an interesting take out of all of, like, that came out of this one. Now, obviously, old mate's come to Spectrum here, old Dr. Spyro, hoping to drum up some support, and honestly, this is kind of just, to me, it was nothing. However, when I didn't see this one first. I'll show you the one that I saw first. Actually, yeah, no, I'll come back to that. I'll rearrange this a bit. This is the post that I saw first, which apparently is broken. No, it's still here. You log on, you intentionally risk your life. Alright. So Enmos's post, actually I should link that too. Hello, Miro. Alright, should CIG sponsored events be protected? My instant answer, when I saw this grabbed my attention, so it was a really good title there, Enmos. Should CIG sponsored events be protected? No, as far as I'm concerned, no, they should not. If anything, bloody CIG is just, the way I see this, CIG was testing old Knievel. They were testing him and he fucking failed hard. Alright? Like, for fuck's sakes. They put him in This Week in Star Citizen. God, why are these loading? Here we go. This Saturday, starting at 2 PM UTC, 7 AM Pacific, Knievel and the Starhead Federation in our German community will exhibit all vehicles that keep Star Citizen's economy running, trading, mining, salvage, exploration, and more. Visit the rooftops of R-Corp's Area 17, experience air cab service, take part in guided ship tours and interactive games to earn points and get a chance to win a Drake Vulture with lifetime insurance. You can also watch the event live on Twitch. Now, I don't know, like, the last time an event got advertised on This Week in Star Citizen, some people that may be in this chat right now flew a very balanced and, as far as I'm concerned, purposeful ship and did a very purposeful action against a group who just wasn't prepared for it. And now we're seeing it again. A group who may be in this chat, has used a very purposeful ship that is, you know, as far as I'm concerned, is balanced for a purposeful action. And once again, the person running the event wasn't fucking ready for it. Don't worry, we're going to get to the video. I thought the balloon pops were brilliant. Yeah, on Saturday, the CIG sponsored event held by Kniebel DE and the German Star Citizen community was interrupted with over 1,500 people watching. CIG lost a lot of potential advertisement because of these griefers. Should these type of streamer events be afforded special privileges like private servers or more heavy-handed moderation? Now, I had actually downvoted, like done the thumbs down, but then I thought about it, I'm like, what am I exactly, you know, am I responding to the question? Or am I like, you know, thumbs downing the post? Because I was kind of confused. But yeah, like the posts here were pretty much just shitting on streamers. Like no event should be protected. This is a space we live in. Yeah, your event was ruined by so-called griefers, and what you do is cry on the forums about it. You're asking for it to happen again, but with more intensity. I see in this thread there is a vocal group of people against protection. What? Streamer entitlement is getting really irritating. Yeah, Eddie. And Moss is a leader of GrieferNet, by the way. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if he's a leader. Are you the leader? Do you have leaders? I thought it was Buster. I thought she was the leader. Like, here's the thing. Like, unfortunately, CIG allows griefing. Like, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Really? So they don't protect the customers from it, then why should they protect streamers? Like, what a... Griefing, you get attacked. You're in an open PvP game. Like, this is... I want Chris Roberts to get on fucking stage one day. I think we just need to get him really pissed. Like, just get him off his face. And get him out there on stage and just say, you know, something along the lines of, you fucking Care Bears are going to kill this game. I'm not going to repeat the mistakes that fucking Elite Dangerous made. Or Frontier... Was it Frontier Development made with Elite Dangerous? Alright. Fucking... The Dread Pirate, you know, is going to be out there plundering booty. Check who reacted to the OP. Chris is on our side. Oh. I don't think I can react to everybody. Oh, Chris. Loved it. There you go. It's got the love heart eyes going. Oh, mate. Just one question, Carl. Is there a reason why, like, you didn't use the, let me see if it'll pop up. Is there a reason why you just didn't use this feature here? And just use the link, or you just hoping that people would click on the link? Because you... Fucking whatever platforms Spectrum is using, or whatever framework that Spectrum's using, doesn't automatically convert links. You're just an idiot? That's okay. We all are. Chickens go cluck. No, get good. Short and simple. To be honest, like, Jerry L brings up a really good point, which is, you know, a big deal in my mind when it comes to this, is like, this is what the game is like. This shit can happen in the game. The leader of Griefernet sometimes makes mistakes. Well, I hope I didn't bloody start his downfall, and he's going to get us usurped. Just high escorts. The irony is like, it may have actually helped if you had enough. Dewanawanga. Fucking love that name. Yeah. And Gideon. I'm assuming what Nachmaster Meister. Nashmeister 666. I probably butchered that. Hello, dogs. But honestly, I found the whole thing amusing with the tank battle event last time. Am I a bad person? No, Loki. You're a very well-balanced individual, like everybody else in the chat here, that sees PvP opportunities and takes advantage of them, and then their opponents just cannot respond. Because it doesn't, they can't formulate a plan in their head where, they're on the back foot and they have to, like, react. Like, in their mind, they're in control of everything. If it goes, if it starts going off the rails, it's fucking gone. Alright, but Gideon here, Meister, I'm gonna keep butchering that name. I'm no friend of PvP nor griefing, but what did Knievel expect after being shout out at This Week in Star Citizen? COG has to protect him in his event. More special treatment because he's a big streamer, so they have to give him a special server with only invited players. A whole team of COG employees watching his stream to protect him, that no one gets the idea to disrupt the event. It was clear that after the advertising by COG, there will be a number of people who will do everything to disrupt the event. Whether the location of the event was published by a stream sniper, who knows? Even one participant is enough to pass on the necessary information to a group of people who do not want to miss such an opportunity. I don't want to approve of such behavior since I'm not into PvP myself, but it was to be expected what would happen. If you consistently clickbait to push your channel, then you shouldn't be surprised if that gives envious people the idea to disrupt such an event. Of course, I condemn such behavior, but there are always a few who think that they are in the right and are allowed to attack everything that flies around or stands out. Just my 2 cents. Like, we need Chris Roberts to get out there and say, look, PvP is a part of my fucking game. You need to prepare accordingly. Right, combat is a core pillar of Star Citizen. It does not matter if it's bloody AI, it does not matter if it's players. You need to be prepared to fight. Alright, bloody, I'm waiting for the day for players to start complaining about Xenothreat showing up in Stanton when we get server meshing. I hope COG has Xenothreat, in the future I hope COG sets Xenothreat up in a way where they will invade Stanton, and unless they get stiff resistance from the people there, they just spread and just start smashing everything. And then watch all these fucking PvE Care Bears sitting there crying about bloody I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight back. I just want to, sit on my little ship and mine my little rocks. Perhaps COG shouldn't promote events the way they did. Honestly, I don't really care about COG promoting. Like, I saw it there and I'm like, I wonder if that's going to get attacked. I'm like, oh, well, I don't really care. Would I be emboldened to attack an event with a mongrel because of the path Griefernet has paved? No, like, for me, there needs to be a motivation in-game. Like, I don't care about content creators in that sort of sense. I don't care about CIG advertising events or anything like that. For me, it's like, I only care about the reputation that we build up in-game. So if we did attack an event, it would need to be for a very significant reason. And to be honest, like, unless we we're going to get something out of it beyond a reputation thing, I probably wouldn't do it. It just, to me, it just holds no interest. I'm surprised there isn't a bloody Griefernet member that's got a morphologist type name. Demand a random to not attack Daymar Rally. Oh, ransom to not attack Daymar Rally. Yeah, I've seen that go down. And you know, like, who was it? Shadow Moses did that? They did that a couple of times. And, you know, it didn't really do much for them. And now they're participating in Atmo esports events, so, you know. For me, it's like, I would rather do, if we we're going to do anything like that, it would need to have a in-game prize that would be worth taking. You know, like if, I don't know, a fucking streamer for whatever reason got access to their fucking Idrises first and they did, you know, CIG was like, this streamer gets their Idris, buddy, you know, we're giving them an Idris to use and they can show it off and, you know, all that sort of stuff. If that fucking happened, we would 100% be attacking that thing and taking it from them. Like that to me, like that's, you know, the minimum prize is like taking something away that I know, like it might be like taking a fucking, you know, bloody candy from a baby, because, you know, most content creators aren't that PvP savvy, and an Idris is supposed to be a capital ship, and, you know, whoever they bring along aren't going to be that fucking PvP savvy either. But if they did do something like that and CIG was advertising going, hey, check out such and such with their javelin, you know, on doing this event, I'd be like, yeah, we're fucking stealing that, man. We're pirates, that's what we do. That's going to be added to the fucking fleet. Are you upset, Bob, because you got more points than everyone else? Did they, actually, here's the question that matters. Was killing participants worth points? Because I think there'd be a bit of a fight in Griefernet if there was. Sure, PvP happened isn't griefing nor a reason to contact CIG. Interacting with the RSI support and staff. This is actually a really good thing, and not many people know about this. But all the Griefernet guys died too? Yeah, well, look at this picture here. Examples of what we can assist with: getting locked out of your RSI account, recovering a stolen RSI account, provide troubleshooting for technical issues, pledge and order issue spectrum in-game chat harassment. Examples of what we cannot assist with: restoring a reclaim/melted pledge. I'm pretty sure they can do that. Recovering a gift that has been claimed by the recipient. Really? Removing a ship upgrade/CCU. Teaching a player how to dogfight better. I'm going to close this and just go here. Fixing bugs. PvP happened. Home network troubleshooting. Thing is like they could do the majority of this if they really wanted to. But it's not their purpose. Oh shit, I didn't see this one. If it's an organized crashing event, it's not PvP happened. That's more than an imbecile reasoning. PvP does not... Like, combat does not need to be impromptu for it to be considered PvP happened. Like, pirates plan how they attack ships. Yeah, 100% Sparkle. I know that they can do that sort of stuff. I think, you know, it probably needs to be updated, but I think the reason why they've done this is so that they don't get flooded by, you know, thousands of backers who go, oh, this ship's really shit, I want to go backwards. The event was planned from the moment the event was promoted by CIG. There you go, right there. By Roy's Guide, not to be confused with the other guy. My god. The Spectrum Care Bears came out. Uncle Porkchop, hello. It's Uncle Porkchop. Let's read out what Uncle Porkchop has to say. 1000% CIG fault if they actually sponsored this event and did not provide the necessary air security. Also, Griefernet is an actual legit status as an adversary, a foe, so much more advanced than the NPC Ninetales. Space is dangerous. Uncle Porkchop, just for future reference, you should always do 9001 so that it's over 9000. Because right now you're just meeting the baseline. Alright. More points if you actually do the value that came from that episode of Dragon Ball Z. A puff sweet, no. An event in an alpha test bed, how funny is that? And Nora bloodshed. Doesn't matter, that's an alpha. Baboose. Here is a insane trick. I'm reading this, I haven't read this before. Streamers can gather with no difficulty a whole pack of escorts/guards in-game, even sufficiently to occupy a significant part of the limited slots for a server. Imagine half a server defending the event of one guy with all the other half filled with spectators, unrelated players, or whatever. Griefers wouldn't have even enough server place to effectively connect and go do the Griffin. Yeah, I know, OP trick with very unknown knowledge. Sounds to me like maybe griefing is a problem and should be addressed at a gameplay level, you know, like sensible players have been asking for the last 8 years. Oh my god, Washbear, you are not helpless. Mate, you are not helpless. Attacking park ships isn't griefing. Technically, neither is sitting outside of Grimhex's hangars and lobbing missiles into the ones that open. Still doesn't make it good for the game environment, no. Oh well, deal with it. Yes, Nomos, or Enmos, your post was the one that actually grabbed my attention. Oh, here we go. Oh, fuck, I didn't see this one. Chris Roberts is Griefernet. So Chris Roberts is the leader of Griefernet, okay. Here we go from Knievel. I think the answer is relatively simple. If CIG wants to have big events, they have to support them as long as the game can't do it itself. You fucking serious? The game can do it itself, it just requires you to organize it. One day we will hopefully have a better law system, long-term consequences, and other systems that automatically prevent, there you go, or severely limit griefing. Automatically prevent. Old mate does not want to fucking do anything to preserve his gameplay. Of course, players are encouraged to organize their own security for their own events, but the video shows a special form of griefing, which I call industrial griefing. Okay? We're not at pleb level anymore. GriefNet's upgraded. It's the enemies you make along the way. Boy wants a PvP slider. We've already got one. It's set to 100 at the moment. I don't think it's going back. Here, there is a clear agreement on griefing and stream sniping. This has nothing to do with normal PvP, piracy, or anything else anymore. It is simply excessive griefing. These people get an unfair advantage because the event is streamed live, and thus violate the term of service of Star Citizen. Accordingly, it would only be fair if a streamer gets some compensation, for example, a little help from a CIG employee who monitors the event and intervenes in the case of an emergency. The alternative would be that major events could no longer take place at all. No, what's going to happen is that if you can't fucking do it, somebody else is going to step up who can. And then CIG is going to stop supporting you, and they're going to support the people who are competent enough to run the fucking event properly. That's what's going to happen. The alternative would be that major event... Oh no, I've already read that. Especially since it's not possible to prevent this form of griefing without filling the entire server with security personnel. We also need space for the trade fair visitors. But the most important thing is that CIG bans these players from the game. No. If they don't do that, they indirectly support griefing in Star Citizen, which makes the community very toxic, prevents major events, and massively damages the game in the long run, especially in terms of external impact. So in summary, yes, the players and streamers must secure their events against normal PvP and have to deal with piracy and other intended PvP gameplay. Yes, CIG should also secure official events that even support themselves against stream sniping and griefing. No one should support griefing, but should clearly support a fair, consistent coexistence so that the game, but also the community, become great. CIG needs to ban and stop griefer and stream sniper. In the long run, the problem should hopefully solve itself. We must not forget it is one of the most important tasks of the developer and his support staff to enforce the terms of service. Greetings. Wow. Tell me I am entitled without telling me I am entitled. This is fucking retarded. This is fucking retarded. Like, this person does not want, like, they're sitting there and contradicting themselves. Like, normal PvP and have to deal with piracy and other intended PvP gameplay. Intended PvP gameplay. Guess what? Guys showing up at a fucking event with A2s, bombing the fuck out of it, is intended PvP. It doesn't matter if you don't want it. It's allowed to happen in the gameplay space. You're given the tools to defend yourself. If you do not use them, or you are using them inadequately, then you get what you fucking, deserve. Like, and what the fuck is normal PvP? In the persistent universe, if you're able to do it, it's considered PvP. Like, this pisses me off. CIG should also secure official events and that they themselves support against stream sniping and griefing. Like, I'm going to point out something here, and I don't know if anybody's thought about this yet either, because this thought just kind of entered my head. This is supposed to be a big event. Old mate streaming to like 1,500 viewers, right? And what does CIG give him to give away? A vulture. Not a reclaimer. Not like, a more expensive ship like a 600i or, a C2 Hercules. Not even a Ranger ships. Like, one ship That's a vulture. I don't know, like, to me, that's kind of indicative of the level of support that COG is willing to give you. Like, they're going, yeah, here, you can have this ship. Yeah, we'll put it on This Week in Star Citizen, and, yeah, like, you run your event. He gave them all the wreckage that they could use the vulture for and make all the money they needed. You guys should have told him that. You just said, what are you talking about? We're creating, you know, like, this is for the person who wins your vulture, mate. Alright, we've just created all the salvage that they need, you know, to get started. They can come here, you can show them how to do it. You just gotta, you know, respawn and fly the vulture back and get them in and show them how to do it. And show the 1,500 people how to do it. Hello, Hex. Alright. Fucking entitled, processed. Old Nebel is his entitlement has finished processing and it is in full swing. Hello, Adrian. Yeah. Alright. Now, part of the reason why I didn't get this far down into the Spectrum post was because I got distracted by a video. Now, I didn't go to the one on the GrieferNet channel. I actually went to Roy's Guide's video. So I'm going to go to it right here. Fucking... Here we go.
Esper is not hilarious. This guy harasses people for his own enjoyment. Splishy. He has done some absolutely over-the-line stuff, and he has said some over-the-line stuff. In my opinion, he should be permanently banned from the game and not allowed to play ever.
Für 24 SCU, das ist perfekt zum
Roy, just for future reference, actually, I'm gonna close this off. It's always a good idea to try and put your bloody closed captions if you're gonna do translations. Try and put them above where the word escapes me. Scroll bar. I'm just gonna call it a scroll bar until I remember the name of it. I'm gonna make the chat disappear though, just so that you guys can actually see this too. And also, actually, I just thought of something else that I forgot to do. By the way, that's a link there if you want to watch it later. Where is it? Chat, go away, chat, and stream stats, go away. All right, here we go. Yeah, like, it's kind of annoying when it comes to closed captions as well, because it's one of those things where it's like, if you want to target people who are watching on phone, most people when they're holding their phone, their thumb will be covering near where the bloody closed captions are. So normally you try and put it closer to the center of the screen. It's why like TikTok videos and all that do their text in the middle of the screen. It's because when people are holding their phone, they don't look at the bottom of it, so they put it in the middle. Yeah, like, it's one of those things, like, I ended up having to redo an entire fucking video once because the captions that we put in there were all pretty much going to be below the fucking scroll bar. So yeah, it's a pain in the ass, man. I know, but yeah. Your thumb is covering my face right now. Are you sure about that though, Roy? Maybe your thumb is talking to you with my voice right now, and you're slowly losing your mind. Alright, let's keep watching. 24 SCU, it's perfect for drug smuggling or moving gold. Okay.
Drogenschmuggling oder für Goldtrading, ganz toll. Und sie ist halt das größte Singleplayer-Einsteigerschiff.
Oh, I fucking love this. This was brilliant. I've seen all those bloody UI circles there, and I'm just like, oh my god. I fucking love watching bombs go off.
Ändern. Nomad ist aber... Ja, wobei, ich komme glaube ich da nicht ran, oder? Doch, ich kann mich hier... Okay. Da hat jetzt irgendeine A2, glaube ich, unser Patch hier gesprengt. Kann das sein?
Oh,
was war das gerade? Da brauche ich mal ein paar Infos.
There's a quick question, Roy. Did you actually make those noises with your own mouth? Like when you were like, did you record yourself making those noises? Because that would have been fucking hilarious.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all dead.
It's all dead.
Jesus, it went that quick? I just got locked in.
Yeah, it did.
God damn it.
The next day.
Also CRG hat es gesehen und hat es auch gefeiert. Genau. Und ich habe noch was anderes erfahren, wobei ich hier nicht weiß, ob es wirklich stimmt. Und zwar von dieser Griefer-Orga, dieser S-Fair, oder wie der heißt, der wurde, also haben wir ja gestern schon kurz gesagt, der ist ja gebannt bis 2031.
This is a legit question. Why is Ferg the one always getting fucking targeted? Like, I don't know, man. You're either like the best player in the game and you're multi-boxing and you're just able to control all those different fighters, all those A2s and all that sort of shit. And like every time Play Griefernet gets brought up, it's always Fur copping the heat. I just see that and it's like, you know, nobody else gets mentioned. Roy is too godly for them to target, so they go for his right-hand dog. Okay. Wasn't he only Spectrum banned? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it's just a Spectrum ban. He's Carl Kaput's body double. Ah, that's why. Well, wait, Carl, you're Chris Roberts though. So if you're Chris Roberts and he's your body double, are you just the body double of Chris Roberts, or is he the body double of Chris Roberts? Baba Yaga got a 3-day ban for telling a midget joke. Well, that's what you get for telling little jokes on Spectrum, mate. You need a 10-year ban to join Griefernet. Oh god. Small brain need easy words. Alright, let's keep watching.
Und der war wohl angeblich, so wurde es mir mitgeteilt, war der wohl vor dem Messerangriff nicht gebannt. Also offenbar wurde der gestern während des Events gebannt, sozusagen. Aber ich weiß nicht, ob das stimmt. Das wurde mir nur so mitgeteilt. Ich kann das nicht bewerten, weil ich habe das eben auch nicht gesehen. Nur ist schon gebannt? Nee, angeblich nicht. Der ist wohl komplett gebannt. Bis 2031. Ein bisschen Starter Beta.
I'm gonna pause here because, like, so this obviously the top is in German, bottom is the translation. They clearly violate the rules. CIG has the right to deny them access because of it, and they take the right to do it without repayment. Let the banned people go to the court. Then they will have documented their actions with real names linked publicly. I don't know, like, with them saying it that way, that can be interpreted like, you know, interpreted in a way where they're like, they won't do it because they're too scared of exposing themselves. And if they expose themselves, then, you know, I read an intent behind that. Maybe I'm reading too far into it. Yeah, I remember, I've watched this video, so when we come to, like, this part, the mention of Nazis and all that, it's like, ooh. Yeah, the moment that you start trying to compare people to Nazis, you're like, unless, like, they're doing legit shit that Nazis are doing, you're, like, already losing the battle. Yeah, they've already banned neo-Nazis for life. I know this for sure. I think griefers will get treated by CIG accordingly in case of repetition. Alright, we're almost there. There you go. Yes, a Nazi was banned only for what they wrote, not for what they did. Quite a different caliber, especially legally. Imagine Griefernet showing up at CitizenCon and spiking the punch bowl. Oh god, it'd actually be fun.
Do you really think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy?
You know. Alright. So, there's that video there. Now, Carl Kaput put out a video as well, and I haven't watched this one. This one I was actually really saving for the stream. So, I'm gonna watch this. Oh, for fuck's sakes, wait your turn. You're angry, bloody... This... Sure, I'll grab the link for it. Karl Kaput sounds German. So that should be... Yeah, that's for Karl Kaput's video there. So... There's not too many, like, other content creators that have reacted to this yet. I don't know if they will or not. This kind of just all happened, like, it obviously happened over the weekend. For me, it's already Tuesday. It'll be Wednesday soonish. I'm kind of interested to hear if any other content creators are going to comment on this, or they're just going to be like, oh, well, you know, get wrecked. Chris Roberts told you to make the video? Alright. We're going to switch over to the reaction scene. I'm going to bring the streams, YouTube chat and the stream chat back, or stream stats back. And let's watch the video that Chris Roberts told Karl Kaput to make. Oh, Karl, it was, you looked at yourself in the mirror and, you know, told yourself to make the video, right?
Auf der Messe war. Also CIG hat es gesehen und hat es auch gefeiert. Genau. Und ich habe noch was anderes erfahren, wobei ich hier nicht weiß, ob es wirklich stimmt. Und zwar von dieser Griefer-Orga, dieser S-Fair, oder wie der heißt, der wurde, haben wir ja gestern schon kurz gesagt, der ist ja gebannt bis 2031. Und der war wohl angeblich, so wurde es mir mitgeteilt, war der wohl vor dem Messeangriff nicht gebannt. Also offenbar wurde der gestern während des Events gebannt, sozusagen. Aber ich weiß nicht, ob das stimmt. Das wurde mir nur so mitgeteilt. Ich kann das nicht bewerten.
Why? Who? Like, that's one of the things that I'm, like, kind of curious. Where did he get this information from? Why are we watching this in this view? Because this is how Carl Kaput's made this video. And the reason why he's done it this way, yeah, it's his desktop. The reason why he's done it this way is because he's mad and now he wants to make you mad. Alright? So this is supposed to infuriate you.
Bewerten, weil ich habe das
I'm just making that up.
Du hast schon gebannt? Nee, angeblich nicht. Der ist wohl komplett gebannt. Bis 2031. Bis zum Start der Beta.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have found what could quite possibly be the Care Bearest of Care Bear streamers. This streamer ran a community event which got crashed by the grieferest of griefers, GrieferNet. Knebel has reacted badly to this, falsely claiming members of GrieferNet have been banned.
Hold up.
But what really grinds my gears is...
Is that how you pronounce his name, Knebel? Is that really how you pronounce his name? It's Knebel? I've been saying Knievel. No, not in German? Okay. Taking the piss a little. Alright. That's alright. The D is silent, hillbilly. I know. I know, Heavy Bob. Alright. I'm gonna dial it back a bit because I kind of missed it a little bit because mine was just blowing a little bit there.
Care Bearest of Care Bear streamers. This streamer ran a community event which got crashed by the grieferest of griefers, GrieferNet. Knebel has reacted badly to this, falsely claiming members of GrieferNet have been banned. But what really grinds my gears is the fact that they've resorted to calling them Nazis. As someone whose grandfather was forced to fight for Germany and getting wounded at Stalingrad, this really pisses me off. They're German. They should fucking know better. The event had little air cover and claimed that because it was a CIG endorsed event that developers were there, that it shouldn't be crashed and that those who did should be banned. Yet CIG have stated in the past that emergent gameplay is something they want in their game.
I don't know about you guys, but like I haven't been able to find the streamer shield on the pledge store yet. Been looking, been waiting. Still haven't seen it yet. Maybe that's what he was missing. Streamer shield. I think part of the problem here is I'm just going to scrub through until I find the comment. Here we go. So this commentary here. Yes, the Nazis were banned only for what they wrote, not for what they did. Quite a different caliber, especially legally. And I'm pretty sure that there's more context to this particular message. And this was one, I'm assuming this is one of the people chatting in Knebel's stream. But they're doing this all in German as well. And from my understanding, like, it's a pretty big deal if you're talking about fucking, like, accusing somebody of being a Nazi over there. Green sword and logos mod. Actually, that's a really good point too. Well, I would know that, but I'm not on Twitch anymore, so, you know, like, I kind of forgot about that sort of stuff, you know? Is he related to Evil Knievel? I think you spelt the name wrong there, Baba. But maybe, you know, maybe a distant cousin. But yeah, like, that's actually concerning, because that's somebody that's supposed to be close to, old mate. Does stunts on hover quad. Mate. Old mate can't even get in a fucking, what's it called? Can't even get onto a Nomad. Can't even handle a little A2 bomb. Fuck. Where were we before? But yeah, like, just coming back here, like, this message was sent. Stack, not having to go at you, mate. But yeah, like this is kind of where the context of that accusation comes from. And to be honest, it's one of those situations where it's like, without seeing more of the conversation, it can be interpreted that they were talking about, the Nazis were banned only for what they wrote. Well, Sphere has a Spectrum ban, so, writing on Spectrum, there's a ban right there. Not for what they did, which is what they did in game. Could be just reading into it a lot more than, what it is, but considering the context of everything that's happened, this is probably closer to the truth than what we, most people feel comfortable with. Alright, let's go back to low flying.
It goes into the common behaviour of throwing slurs around because they don't like someone's way of playing the game. I've experienced this myself. Recently, I randomly shot a Banu defender while low flying, and it was why I was able to make the latest chase video. The server I was in quickly got annoyed, telling me that my mother must have bullied me. But this isn't the worst of it. I've heard stories of people who's been told that they should delete themselves, and other shit like that because something that happened in the game.
Dude, we've been told that before. Well, Nelson, the problem is like, they're not naming Griefernet as Nazis. It's an implied thing. And that's the problem, is like, it's easy to, say, oh, they're just like Nazis. It's implied, it's not an accusation. It's an adjacent thing. Within the English language, it's like it's an adjacent reference. And it's one of those situations where it's like, it could be interpreted multiple ways, and you need to actually hear the person say it to understand what they're actually implying. German works different. Actually, that's a good point. We'll finish the video, and then I'll go find your comment there, Nelson. I should know it's not a word that you throw around willy-nilly. Well, from my understanding, it's got an extreme negative connotation in other parts of the Western world. It's still seen as a bad thing, but it's not treated in the same vein as like if somebody casually calling somebody a Nazi when it comes to the way that they do things. It could be just meaning that they're extremely strict and regimented. Yeah, like I think there's also a few emotions being thrown around too. That's something that we need to take into account as well. Because I'm a Nazi sim, clearly. Yeah, clearly. It's
if
obvious.
anything, CIG should be banning the people throwing these slurs around. Now, it's difficult to insult me, and most insults just end up with me laughing at them. But other people may react in a way that could be damaging to their mental health and cause them to do hurtful things to themselves. I've come to the belief that Care Bears are the real griefers, and not...
Sorry, I don't mean to keep pausing you there, Carl. Like, it's just... I know that if you do report people being toxic to you and you can prove it, CIG does take action and give out suspensions. Like, I know that does happen. I've not gone ahead and reported people for that sort of thing, but I've had people provide me evidence. They're going, I submitted this to CIG like yesterday, and then we go check this person. Check on this person. Like, yeah, I can't play the game. I'm gonna let you finish, Carl. But Beyonce. Oh man, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's kind of, I don't think a lot of people, kind of realize that CIG's inaction is also telling in how they, believe that these sorts of situations should be treated, in that, you know, they haven't prioritized putting in-game moderation, in the sense of like being able to mute people, being able to block people in game, you know, being able to right click on somebody and report. Like, they don't have any of that there. And to be honest, like, you know, with the investigation I did into Captain Dirty's bloody, you know, excessive griefing warning, what was it? There's some other situations, can't think of them off the top of my head, where accusations of griefing have been made, not against Mongrel Squad, for whatever reason. We've been lucky in that regard, but against other orgs. And, you know, a lot of the time it's people just not liking the actions that were taken against them in game because they felt powerless. So what they're doing is they're utilizing customer service to retake power out of the situation. You know, they felt powerless and they're like, you know what, I'm going to try and win this fight, I'll have the last say. And then they abuse the customer support system. And, you know, CIG sits there and they'll say, oh yeah, like, we do our due diligence. They don't. The majority of the time they don't. I'd like to, you know, I really wish that they did. I really hope, you know, that things are changing there and that I'm wrong, but the evidence is pointing to the contrary. And, you know, it's something that we're just going to have to, you know, deal with. Yeah, that's why, what was it, 2 weeks ago when I made that, when I did the reaction to Captain Dirty's PSA about, you know, breaching ships and armistice zones, you know, like, it's okay and you're allowed to ram ship doors and going into their language and drilling into it. You know, I did that because CIG can backflip at any point they want, and they'll look for the little, you know, holes in what they say to be able to do that. And I think when it comes to, you know, like, the in-game moderation and things like that, I think CIG knows that they're not ready for it yet. And I'm pretty sure that they know that if they build that sort of system and then it breaks down and they don't fix it, it's going to cause more problems for the players, because they'll try and use it, they'll see that it breaks, and then they'll be like, they don't care, because this system that I'm relying on for reporting other players when, you know, I'm being shat on, when I'm being, you know, like, harassed or anything like that, is, you know, not working, and CIG doesn't care. The other side of it is that a lot of players just don't have the gameplay spaces that they, you know, really belong in yet. Like Stanton is the middle of the road. CIG has stated this. And, you know, Stanton's the middle of the road system when it comes to, you know, conflict and combat and security. So you got to expect that there's going to be conflict, combat, and, you know, no security around at times, and you need to be able to, you know, defend yourself and deal with it. And as I stated before, like, you know, all Knievel did was demonstrate that he isn't ready for the responsibility of streaming to a large audience and have CIG, you know, promoting his events and giving away things, because they just gave him a vulture to give away. Like, they could give him bigger ships away. Like 1,500 people, that's not a small audience to be streaming to. And they only gave him a vulture? I don't know, man. Like, maybe I'm reading into it more, but to me, like, that's kind of telling to how CIG was approaching the situation. You know, CIG does expect players to implement, you know, gameplay problems require gameplay solutions. Everything that happened, you know, in that video that we watched before happened in game. You know, all I saw was somebody get their bloody ass bombed into oblivion. But, you know, circling back to the whole point about, you know, dealing with people who, you know, use toxic language against others. I'd like to think that the majority of the player base is mature, but that's, you know, also naive thinking. But the customer support system that CIG has in place is robust enough to, you know, handle the tickets coming in. Whether or not the reps are able to deal with those problems is another thing, but, you know, it's a working system already, and CIG is still developing Star Citizen, and there is a high likelihood of any sort of in-game recording system breaking consistently and them having to refix it. So for them, it's better that it doesn't happen yet. So Sparkle, yes, I'm just going to go with the last thing that I saw. So streamers putting a delay on their stream. Yes, they can do it. I used to play with a delay on my stream when I was streaming on Twitch for a period of time when I was being, you know, hunted by a security organization. And I can tell you now, Care Bears would be turning around saying they're harassing me, they're stream sniping me, you know, they're being toxic because they're following me around and, you know, trying to kill me. I know what I am in Star Citizen. I'm a pirate. And that means that security organizations and bounty hunters are going to want to come after me. And if I'm streaming what I'm doing, I am essentially putting a fucking god marker on my head, and anybody with a brain that's able to get on the same server as me will work out where I'm at pretty quickly. And the distances that we're dealing with in Star Citizen are vast, and everything takes time to get somewhere. So unless you're moving every 5 minutes to a different location, the delay is pointless. And that's the problem, is that a delay for an event like what Knievel was running would have been pointless. It breaks engagement with your audience, and, like, you know, unless they had left 5 minutes, you know, unless they're leaving before the 5 minutes delay is up, you know, they're just implementing a security measure that's ineffective. You know, like, it's one of those things where you just got to learn to accept the fact if you're fucking streaming, if you're streaming a game in an open PvP environment, people are going to take advantage of that. It sucks, yeah, but it's going to happen. Deal with it. You know, bloody get good at fighting. If you're not good at fighting, make friends with people who are. That's why Kate has her own garden, right? Yeah, because YouTube, no, Ozzel, it's because YouTube's a cutthroat business, all right? It has nothing to do with stream sniping. YouTube's a cutthroat business, and she needs to keep her garden walled off, okay? So that people don't steal her content. She doesn't care about stream sniping because that's content. Yeah, exactly, in a tree. Like, and we've taken advantage of that sort of information as well in chat. You know, like people who go, hey guys, I'm going to do cargo hauling. Who wants to be my gunners? And then we go, hey, you know, we normally send a prospect across. Hey, prospect, you know, you're going to go be their turret gunner. Or using spies to infiltrate events and then you attack the event. Although we stopped doing that because a lot of Care Bear fucking orgs are terrible at organization. You know, spies were pulling their heads out 2.5 hours in, and, you know, they're only just finally stepping out to finally start, you know, scouting for something to mine. And all our guys have been sitting in chat waiting. Doesn't CIG even have an infiltration bag for all? Yeah, they do. Like, CIG has a contradictory statement when it comes to that sort of thing. But, you know, it's where they allow it, but it can't cross a line where it turns into harassment. But they don't tell you where the line is. It really comes down to their judgment call. And, you know, after seeing the judgment calls that they've made, I'm of the opinion that you're better off erring on the side of caution. And, you know, if you're going to take the risk, go full ball, go ahead and take the risk as far as you want to go. Just be prepared to wear consequences that you have no idea are coming. All right. Yeah, Carl, I'm going to let you finish now. I've said my bit. Beyonce should have won. But yeah, I'm going to let you keep going.
The so-called griefers. So what if you get blown up in a game? Taking things multiple steps too far because you're unhappy is completely childish and definitely should result in a ban. It's bringing the game down, and the risk of damaging someone's well-being isn't something people should do at all. This is yet another example as to why certain streamers shouldn't be given a platform. The entitlement, most likely because they want their content to be protected, is something that shouldn't be tolerated. As I've said before, streamers and content creators have responsibility to promote healthy gameplay. Now you may say crashing these events isn't healthy, but it's playing the game how the game allows. But resorting to insults is reminiscent of a 12-year-old playing Call of Duty. If this is allowed to continue, Star Citizen will have a similar reputation and will turn more people away than we'd like. At the end of the day, what happens within the game should remain in the game. People should be more mature and accept that event crashing can happen and take it on the chin.
Oh, man. Oh. Actually, I'll let you. We've got like 7 seconds. I should actually let this finish before I make
Taking
my comments.
things out of the game is a line that should not be fucking crossed.
Yeah, like I 100% agree with that. And the only time you should be taking a problem that's in the game outside the game is when you can't solve it inside the game. Like PvP solutions or PvP problems have PvP solutions in Star Citizen. Except breaching ship doors and armistice zones. That's a PvP problem that doesn't have a PvP solution in armistice zone because you're not allowed to ram ships in armistice. Oh man. It's honestly, for me, when I see this particular situation, like I thought it was fucking hilarious bombing the fuck out of them at ArtCorp. And to be honest, like dropping bombs like that isn't easy, and to get a bomb pretty much landing on top of the fucking Nomad the way that you guys did, that's actually impressive. like I don't think that's one of the things that I don't think Care Bears will ever appreciate. It's just how difficult it can be sometimes to utilize some of our PvP or some of the combat assets that we have in this game. Like dropping bombs with that level of precision is actually difficult. And yeah, like I kind of I see this and it's like it's just another streamer that has a false sense of entitlement. I don't think they've picked up on what CIG's put down though. Nelson, you just reminded me of your comment. I'm going to search for it now while I'm here. Thank you. Here we go. Can I zoom in? Yes, I can. Alright, I zoomed in too far. Now I gotta find the comment again. Alright, here we go. Coming back over here. Nona Nelson 69. Not to be confused with Nona Nelson 68 or 70. Just to be clear, where do they call Griefernet Nazis? Because what they said was they banned people who actually are Nazis because of what they wrote in global chat, permanently and with no refund. That they want COG to do the same punishment for people who grief. Agree with the rest, although COG can't ban people for things done outside the game. Well, I don't know about that. COG own... Like, they're the ones in control. They want to get rid of you, they will. Just ask Aniral. Here's the problem though, is like, where do they call Griefernet Nazis? They don't have to call them to imply. Implying can be, you know, implying something is an adjacent reference. I get that this was written out in German, those statements. But when you're translating it into English, you're going to see that adjacent reference. It's implied. Like when I read through those comments, I'm like, that's a bit weird. Why are they likening them to Nazis? Alright, well, why did they even bother mentioning the Nazis in the first place then? Like, that's the thing though, guys, is like, why bother mentioning Nazis getting banned for what they wrote, but these guys aren't getting banned for, you know, what they do in game? And that's the implication there, is that, you know, the implication here is that if they're going to, you know, ban people for writing stuff, you know, that are likened to Nazis, the implication here is that they're referencing the actions of these guys who are, you know, to them are griefing, are on par with those who have been banned that are Nazis. CIG does ban people permanently. Yeah, we know that. They don't even need to reference Nazis though to do it, because they've banned somebody who wasn't, you know, using Nazi references at all. Like Aniral. Fucking dude, but he was, you know, the dude was banned for his, what was it, his 200 bloody tickets that he kept putting in, and was essentially done for along the lines of harassment. That's the thing, is like the mention, and that's why that's the other reason why I thought it was interesting as well, is like my understanding of, you know, within German culture that, you know, if you're comparing someone to Nazis, it's a pretty big deal. Like, that's not an accident that you're doing that. I could be wrong. That's just my understanding of it. So when it comes to that sort of thing, I know, maybe we're just reading into it further because, you know, of our understanding here of, you know, that cultural aspect. Because as I pointed out, like, you know, who was it? Somebody wrote grammar Nazi. You know, like, that is a common term that I grew up with, you know, in Australia. Like, you know, oh, stop being a fucking grammar Nazi. Griefernet is based out of Argentina. Bob, cut it out, mate. You're not tanned enough. You couldn't get a tan if you lived in Argentina. You'd have to stay inside all the time. I see your Ranger hair with your bloody in your profile picture. The thing is, and I guess this is probably the most important point, is that it's hit a nerve with some people. Like obviously Carl, it hit a nerve with Carl because he pretty much punched out this video. And that's one of the things that, you know, like, I'll tell you now, it's a Care Bear tactic, you know, when they start slinging salt in chat and they'll start insulting you and calling you every single name under the sun. It's to, you know, it's the only way that they can fight back. In their mind, it's the only way that they can fight back. They do not want to engage in, you know, in-game combat because they know that they're not going to beat you there. So they'll bang it out on the keyboard, in chat, in text, and say whatever they think that will get the rise back out of you to make you feel just as bad as they feel on the inside, or even worse, because that gives them that little, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that little pathetic sense of victory inside. Yeah, like, it's one of those things. Those who have the right mindset about it will, you know, the majority of the time it'll roll off you, but, you know, there's always going to be something. Like, we're not fucking robots. We're people. We do still feel something there, you know, deep down is going to get triggered when somebody says, you know, one thing. And if you got a salty, toxic Care Bear fucking going off in chat, they're going to say whatever they can to try and get that rise out of you. I'm still waiting for CIG to introduce salt as a commodity. You'd think that salt would actually be a huge part of Star Citizen as a commodity, but it's not. And the other part, you know, and it, until it was pointed out to me, it kind of just, you know, passed over me, but old mate's a mod for Knievel. So for them, you know, it being translated into English, like I look at that, a comparison is being made. Even though you guys are telling me it's not, you know, that's not the comparison. The English translation makes it look like that. Got plenty of salt. Just swap the cargo out on a ship with what's it called? With salt. You show up in a C2 full of salt, you take their C2 full of gold and swap it with salt. Say you drop this. That's alright, Stack. Like, well, I'll put it to you this way, like, as far as I'm concerned, this is a place where we can have a discussion, you know, bring up our points without it devolving into childish arguments. So, you know, like, as far as I'm concerned, you guys are just bringing up, you know, points that we may not have considered. Yeah, fucking dumb players win dumb prizes. Fucking sort your security out. I genuinely hope that CIG was paying attention to this and they just saw what happened and just went, why did we support this? This guy just made our game look shit. Not about Griefernet, yo, showing up and bombing the fuck out of him. It's this guy didn't get his shit together, was sorting out his security, and now our game looks shit. That's what I hope CIG is doing. I hope they're looking at that and just go, yep, no. We're not doing that again. Not for this guy anyway. We'll find another content creator. Problem is that it's happened twice. Well, here's the thing is like, alright. The way I see it, Loki, is that if it's happened twice now, whoever does the third event, if there's another one, should be preparing accordingly. And I'd just, if I was running the next event, I'd be like, alright, CIG just put this out in front of the entire community. I'm going to make sure that my security's on point because the last two, the last two events that were done like this got bombed. So I'll make sure that I have shit that can handle ships with bombs. Did we watch the glassing? I will relink it. I'll link Roy's guide here for everybody to watch in their own time. Just do it in space? Yeah. Just do it in space. Prior preparation and planning prevents piss poor performance. Yeah, they're not going to do it. Oh, Blake, I wish I'd been there for it. I really do. I really wish I'd been there for that. I was at work, so I couldn't stop. Where are we? I'm gonna quickly find something. Drop to chat here. I'll drop it. Oh, drop to. Alright. No, stop. Wrong. All right. Before we move on to the next thing, I want to share something with you all. I'll turn the music off because it's going to overpower this. So yeah, I'm just going to close off the whole bloody Knievel getting bombed to oblivion. Dumb players win dumb prizes. That's it. Your security was piss poor for what you needed. Your event was advertised, in front of the entire community by CIG, and all you did was prove to them a level of incompetence that should inform them to not trust you with that sort of exposure again. Like, you're playing an open PvP game. Shit like this is gonna happen. There are no safe zones yet. No safe zones that you can hide from combat. So prepare accordingly. And streamers or content creators should not be getting fucking special privileges. As far as I'm concerned, you just fucked up a perfectly good opportunity to show a really cool in-atmosphere space battle against fucking fighters and bombers. Yeah. It is what it is. Hopefully you learn from it. Judging from your message, and that was a response to Enmos's Spectrum post, though, you fucking didn't. And you're just going to keep dealing with that pain until you either stop being a content creator or you fucking learn your lesson. All right, we're moving on. We're going to do a little bit of palate cleanse because this went for quite a while, nearly fucking 2 hours. Holy shit. Little bit of a palate cleanse. So, Mongrel Squad had its birthday on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. Mongrel Squad has turned 9 years old now. Been around for 9 years. Would you believe that? And this year is actually the first year that I decided to celebrate our birthday, and pretty much we did a burn stand event where we just went around. No real piracy was happening. We were just going around killing people, and then each of the regions did their own events. However, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I watched a stream of Jack Axton's, and I heard him sing happy birthday to someone. I'm like, holy shit, that dude can sing. And our birthday's coming up. So what I want to happen is I want Jack to sing happy birthday to us. But it's not going to be like we show up and just go, hey, Jack, sing us happy birthday. Because I know he would if we asked him to. No, it needs to be something in-game. Needs to be, an in-game thing. And, we've pirated Jack like 3 times already. And we've taken his stuff. He's cool with it. He's happy with the event, the interaction, all that sort of stuff. The 3rd time, it kind of didn't go to plan, and he didn't survive the crash landing. So it was like, all right. In this case, I want to pirate Jack Axton. And what we're going to do is we're going to disable him. And then we're going to sell his ship and cargo back to him for a happy birthday song. And we were looking for him on Saturday, and we couldn't find him at all. In fact, we found out that he was on stream. Normally, when he's playing, he's streaming. So we're like, all right, he's on stream. We'll go looking for him. We managed to get onto his server, and then we're hunting for him, and we couldn't find him at all. And then, we didn't realize that we were still looking for him, half an hour after his stream had finished. Anyway, today, the guys were looking for him. Stream sniped mission. No, wait. I'm just catching up on the chat right now. Today, one of our guys ended up on Jack's server. And I'm like, holy shit, Jack's here. And then they sent me a message. I was at work, but I just happened to be checking my phone at the time. They sent me pinged me and said, hey, I'm on Jack's server. Do you want us to pirate him and get him to do the happy birthday song? I said, yeah, go for it. Now, Jack is not an easy guy to find. He is a very wily fucking hauler. Anyway, long story short, our guys got him. They disabled his ship. He crash landed not far from SMO 18. We lost one of our Cutlass Blues in the middle of the fight because the Corsair, Jack's Corsair, was full ballistic and just fucking pummeled him. And that's his wreckage just over there. My cursor's not showing up. Top left-hand corner, just above where the chat is, you'll see a little bright yellow kind of like line with a circle in it. That's a Cutlass Blue wreckage right there that fell out of the sky, courtesy of Jack. So, this is a clip from the stream, and this is Jack singing happy birthday to Mongrel Squad in payment for his ship and his cargo.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mongrel Squad. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Hopefully at SMO 18.
you, kind sir. You are free to go.
Thank you so much. And good luck out here. I'm gonna make myself scarce now.
Mongrel Squad sends their regards.
Thank you, and happy hunting.
You would have killed him after? We honor our word. If you guys want to watch the clip or share it around, I'll just drop it in chat there. That's the clip there. Yeah, I think we're up to like 120 million pirated for the patch and one birthday song now. So yeah, I stripped him into his birthday suit. That actually would have been funny. Jack would have laughed about that, but he didn't really have armor worth taking either. But the thing is like we've pirated Jack 3 times beforehand. We've taken his, we've charged him credits. We've, stole his gems. We blew up his ship and cargo. We like Jack. He enjoys the interaction as well. Like, he was getting ready to throw down. He's getting ready to fight. It was really cool. And the VoIP chat started happening. But yeah, like when I heard Jack sing happy birthday for somebody else, I'm like, holy shit, we need to get him to sing happy birthday for us. And I've got the perfect reason to, pirate him for it. And that's what I mean. Like, just going back to the point about where I was asked, if we'd go and, attack in an event, there would need to be a, good enough reason for that. We've already pirated Jack 3 times. I know Jack enjoys the interaction. For us, it's like, it's not that Jack's not a challenge. It's more or less like we like Jack enough that we don't want to make it too much of a habit. So when we do go to attack him and we do go to pirate him, it's one of those things where it's like, we want to go there with a bit of purpose and we don't want to make it a constant thing when it becomes an annoyance. So pirating him for a birthday song I thought was a cool thing to do. I know that he would have enjoyed that too. It's a different interaction. It's just something completely different, something that you wouldn't expect, especially considering we're running the red flag for 3.19 and beyond. So yeah, that's what we ended up. That's what our NA guys ended up doing earlier today. Annual Jack Axton birthday singing. Well, I don't know if he's written down in his calendar Mongrel Squad's birthday yet to expect a pirating session, or a pirating attack from us, but it may become a more regular thing that on our birthday we just start pirating people and we either take their cargo or they can sing us happy birthday and save their cargo and their ship. On his birthday we should pirate him and sing a song for him. We get paid to pirate Jack on his birthday. Was it his girlfriend last year paid us 10 million credits to pirate him on his birthday? I think we pirated him for the last 2 birthdays that he's had. But yeah, like, I think we should... Like, I was thinking that too. It's like, well, he sung happy birthday to us. Maybe the next birthday, like we force him to listen to us sing happy birthday, because I can tell you now, we can't sing that well. Was that the $1 million deal video? Yeah. Jack and Crumpet mode and no more? Soriel can sing, he volunteers. I don't know, man. He puts that auto-tune on. That's not singing. Only T-Pain can use auto-tune. No, that's voluntelling, Castrol. You're a senior officer now. You should know the difference. Alright, I'm just going to refill my drink and then we're going to move on to the next bit of content. So I mentioned this is actually a video that was shared last week. Sparkle, you're the one that linked this. And it fits within the theme of counter piracy tactics. So I like to do commentary on it. And this video is by Captain Dirty from Chaos Squad. And yeah, we're going to come back over to here. So this is Star Citizen Pirates Hate This One Trick, Star Citizen Piracy Guide. So it's a guide for pirates, but we all hate this one trick. It's actually a guide for defense against pirates, and I believe this is supposed to be defensive flying tactics that haulers can use to be able to make it extremely difficult for pirates to take us down, or for us to take it down. I'm revealing the secret text. No, I'm exposing others who are revealing the secret texts. Now, I haven't watched this yet. It goes for 19 minutes. I'm kind of interested to hear what Captain Dirty's got to say about the tactics that you can employ. Well, this one trick that we all hate. I want to know what it is. Haven't seen a video on... Yeah, that's right. How to fly against pirates. So yeah, we're going to watch this. I want to find out, what Captain Dirty's put out there. This video has 3.6k views. So it's been out there for a month. It's got a fair chunk of views. So let's have a watch and see what Captain Dirty's got here. Combat logging, Alt F4. That doesn't work anymore. Is it setting the ship to cruise control and then leaving the seat? The current tactic, Bob, is go into atmosphere, set cruise control, stay in the seat until you're like a couple of kilometers above the ground, and then Alt F4 out. And if you get disabled before you hit a couple of kilometers above the ground, initiate self-destruct. That is literally what haulers are doing now. It's merely tripping over over one's Ethernet cable whilst getting tea. Alright, let's watch. I like the intro, by the way. That's cool.
This is Captain Dirty, and we are back with another Star Citizen Piracy Guide.
God, Dirty, why are you so quiet?
This one is going to be a bit of a sequel to the previous guide I released, so if you haven't taken a look at that one, now would be a good time to pause this video and go check that one out. There will be a link down below. Now, if you have seen that video, you'll understand the basics of quantum dampening. So this video is well, there are some clips here that I'm going to share with you that are from a recent training exercise that Chaos Squad conducted. The object of this exercise is to use a quantum dampener for 3 minutes to prevent a trade vessel from escaping. If the trade vessel escapes within 3 minutes, the trade vessel is successful.
Budget went into his hat.
The pirates are successful. In this clip, I will be piloting the C2. And I'm going to use a little bit of a tactic here that is maybe not very well known, but I do think that some people are aware of it, and I think that more people should be aware of it. So we're going to talk about it today, and we're mainly going to look at it from the trader's perspective, but this will be a valuable tool if you are on the piracy side of the coin as well. And I encourage you to stick around towards the end to see the kind of counterplay to this tactic. Okay, so here we go. I'm just going to go ahead and play this clip here.
There's a quick question. Can you guys actually hear that now? Because I have turned it up on I've turned it up through Voice Meter Banana, but it doesn't look like it's gone any higher. needs more. Alright, I'll try bumping it up more. The only problem is that we're now getting to the territory where it possibly could start clipping. It's as high as it's going to go. Let me check something here. Alright, I'm going to bump that up and then play this. This may just a headphone warning.
Before I do that, I just want to set it up. We are at Daymar, mining area 141. I'm in a C2. For this exercise, there's one mantis pursuing me, and the minimum altitude for me to jump out here is 3 kilometers above the surface, above the ground level. And I think those are the major things to point out here. So let's go ahead and play the clip and see what happens.
Stranger Daymar 141, got a C2. Pilots.
It's just so that you guys know, I've like literally turned this up on like to max on voice meter banana, and I've added an extra 15 decibels to my desktop audio just to get this loud enough. So yeah, Dirty, you need to do something about your mic, mate.
That's in seat, Captain Dirty.
Perfect call.
Actually, I think it's going to be, you need to do something about your processing the audio.
Typing. Gotta find out what org he's in.
It's a low and dirty descent.
Target's dampened.
Alright, Dirty, do your worst. Alright. Prospects reset over the 141. Which is where War Dog is currently.
Alright, he's headed back to 141 for a green zone trip.
Dirty, hello. You got a new microphone, good stuff, man. You need it, but also like in the editing, because everybody else is also quiet too.
Call. This is tricky. Holding your distance over the green zone can be tricky.
He's not damping right now, but he's low flying, coming up to 141.
So that's what you have to acknowledge, is that he's going to get out of dampening range, but he's going to be below the quantum ceiling. You have to be aware of your height.
I got it.
Right. He's in the green zone.
Sights.
See what happens here.
Alright, looks like he's rocket shipping.
Rocket Man.
There you go. God damn it.
Oh, gotcha. Good one, dude.
100 meters. I was hoping you came a little more at me.
Okay, so let's go ahead and break down what's going on in that previous clip. In order to help do that, I've created this slideshow. So let's just take a quick look here and kind of break down what we're looking at.
Ooh, slideshows.
The brown line towards the bottom is going to be your ground level. This black mark in the middle indicates Daymar Mining Area 141. There is an armistice zone. It's pretty tight around that area. That's the yellow circle. The green zone is represented by the green circle. You've got your quantum jump floor at 3 kilometers. That's the purple line. And the red bubble here is going to be your quantum interdiction bubble, or the dampener range of a 2 kilometer radius or 4 kilometer diameter. You're going to have a mantis or a cutlass blue. I'll probably be referring to that as the QED ship. That's going to be represented by the red arrow, and this blue wedge here is going to be our trade vessel. So, step 1 here is to realize that you are in danger. So the first thing that you should be doing when you get back inside your trade ship after you've loaded up all the goods on it is to take a look at your radar and have a look around. now's a good time to hit tab as well and see if any boxes are appearing above you. If any of those things are happening, there should be...
This is easier to understand for Care Bears than the triangulation graphs you've made. Like, well, here's the thing, Adrian. Like, if they don't understand this, the next thing is crayons and butcher's paper. And if they don't understand that, that's it. Like, you just gotta let them go. It's one of the commentary about this, because like all of this is pretty much stuff we also teach mongrels as well. But when I see this, I'm in danger. I just think Ralph Wiggum, and I think you're just missing the meme. You're missing the meme. You need to drop this. You need to drop Ralph Wiggum in there just as a little prompt. Maybe that's his intent, Heavy Bob. Yeah, it makes you want to walk the plank. Yeah, the hauler. I think it's kind of poetic that the hauler is characterized by Ralph Wiggum. Yeah. Yeah. Oh god. All right, we'll keep going. Like, a lot of this is information that I'm used to, so I may just phase out, but I'm probably also going to pick up on other things that have absolutely nothing to do with this part of the content. I will take a step back. Actually, the flying tactic that Dirty used, ironically, a lot of haulers don't think of it, and it's an easy tactic to use to catch out novice pirates. And it's literally take off, get the pirate to get the dampener on you, circle back around, push through the armistice, push back through the green zone, sorry, and then rocket straight up. But you got to keep moving. You can't stop. You got to keep moving when you're doing it. And most novice pirates who are in a QED ship, they'll trip the green zone and then try and push to get out of it. And by the time that they're pushing to get out of it and then fucking around with bloody getting the dampener back up, if you've got the right quantum drive, which most haulers, that's the first thing that they're upgrading. So you're looking at a TS2. If you're dealing with large cargo hauling ships, that thing will calibrate in no time. I think it's like 3 or 4 seconds. It'll calibrate before you're able to adjust your position and get back on top of them. Which is why I'm probably jumping the gun here, but it's why, if you see the hauler going back into the armistice zone, the first thing that you should be doing is pushing back up so that you're sitting above the green zone.
Your spidey senses should be going off here, and you should be putting the pieces together that you are likely under a pirate attack here. Now, if you do have that Cutlass Blue or Mantis directly above you, that is a definite sign that piracy is about to happen to you, and you need to plan your escape. So, the other thing to just keep in mind here is that you have a plan for when this happens, and the worst thing that you can do is panic. So you're going to want to just remain calm and stick to your plan. So, step 2, 45 degrees to freedom. You want to angle off at about 45 degrees as you exit Daymar Mining Area 141. Okay, as you do that, the QED ship is going to angle off in your direction and fly as close to horizontally as possible on an intercept course to meet you as you leave the green zone. So that's step 3 here. This is what that looks like. This is the catch. At this point, the QED ship is going to be less than 2 kilometers away from you, and you're going to be within the QED bubble. So you're going to have a little icon in the upper right-hand corner of your screen pop up, symbolizing that you are currently being interdicted. Now, there's a possibility that a inexperienced or perhaps just unaware pirate might accidentally fly through the green zone here at this point, and doing so is going to immediately disable that quantum dampening field and allow you to escape. So,
I'm going to interrupt you again. This is actually something that not a lot of people know about. The green zone, the reason why we call it a green zone is because when we first got the Mantis, there used to be a UI that would pop up that would tell you that you've flown into the green zone. And it would disable your QED. So it'd say QED green zone and then shutting off the QED. We don't have that UI anymore. We haven't had it for... I think we haven't had it for like 2 years. So I've always thought it's interesting, you know, like whenever you see pirates talking about the green zone, the QED green zone, this is like, this thing here is actually tribal knowledge that just gets passed around the piracy organizations. Bob, is that like an indirect reference to your Gmod servers that you're running? Yeah, like it's an interesting thing. Like, you know, Chaos Squad's been around for quite a few years now. I'm pretty sure they were around when the green zone notification was around. Well, yeah, green zone's a military term, but green zone, like, you used to see it pop up on the screen. The UI would tell you, you know, like, QED green zone, and then it would shut down your QED. And it would actually represent the cooldown for your QED as well if you were running the snare. And that's how we know about green zones. But now that, you know, like, we haven't had it for a couple of years, like, pretty sure Dirty was around when that was a thing. But as time goes on, we're going to have other pirates who will watch these tutorials and they'll reference the QED green zone. They won't know why. So it's one of those, you know, it's a bit of tribal knowledge, and I don't think a lot of people have picked up on yet. It's a long time ago now. It's a long time ago. I don't know which patch. The irony is like, no one fucking reported it either. No one reported that the UI went away. Nobody cared. Alright, let's get going.
If you get lucky, there's a chance here that you can just jump right out. It's important that you... well, I would recommend clearing your quantum, chart course. Don't have a set course. Just be able to quickly grab a quantum point and jump out. Doesn't matter where you go. You just want to get away from here. All right. So it's good if you're prepared for that. So if your pirates slip up here, you're going to have a few seconds where you may be able to spool up and jump away. So be ready for that in case they give you that opportunity. It's pretty likely, though, that your aware and experienced pirates are not going to drop their quantum dampening bubble at this point. They're going to give the green zone some space, and they're going to come meet you out here as your momentum carries you away from mining area 141. At this point, some of the pirates' friends might be showing up. You are going to ignore them, so we are too. They're not going to appear in any of the other slides. At this point, the QED ship is going to be directly behind you, or maybe just off to the side. They're going to be trying to stick as close to you as possible and to match your speed. There's not much you can do about it at this point. It's just important to be aware of what's going on.
Oh, but I thought you just bomb ships. I didn't think they'd even get off the ground. Loco, that's actually the tactic that Dirty's about to go through. He demonstrated the maneuver first in game, so essentially flying the C2. He's done it at a 45 degree, come out, looped back through the green zone, and then punch straight out. Alright, let's keep going.
At this point, you've probably traveled about 10 to 15 kilometers away from the green zone or armistice zone, and you're going to want to start transitioning into step 5. That is the slingshot. So you're going to want to spin around as quickly as possible and aim your ship back towards Daymar Mining Area 141. And as you complete that turn, you're going to want to boost out of it to rapidly change your vector. Now, because you're in a large, slow trade vessel, and the pirates are in small, fast, mostly fighters, they're going to probably be able to match your maneuver here. But if that pirate is a little heavy on the throttle, there's a chance that they overshoot you here. So you want to be checking that upper right-hand corner of your screen to see if the quantum interdiction is up or down. You may have an opportunity here to escape. However, it's pretty likely here at this point that you are going to need to carry on to the next step. And that's going to be step 6. So this is the chase part 2. You're just heading straight back to Daymar Mining Area 141. The important thing to notice here is that you're leveling out right over 3 kilometers here. You may be able to go a little bit lower if the atmosphere is thinner at the trade location you're operating out of. In this case, we're looking at 3 kilometers. Now that quantum interdiction ship is going to be right behind you here. There's really nothing much you can do about it at this point. In fact, you want them to be right next to you. So we're just going to encourage them by not really responding or trying to, do any crazy maneuvers. We're just going to go in a nice straight line. So if they fall for it hook, line, and sinker, you're going to drag the QED ship across the green zone and thereby dropping the quantum dampening field. At this point, you should be angled up towards the closest quantum points that you can find, and you should already be spooling your quantum jump drives. It's also a good idea to, at this point, start to boost in the new direction. The reason for that is because the QED pilot, if they're aware of what's going on right now...
Yeah, I'm going to say it before he does, because I'm pretty confident that I know what he's going to say. So you pass through the green zone, you're starting to punch out, they start panicking because they know that they've tripped the green zone. So what they're going to be doing is attempting to turn the dampener on, or they're going to try and punch out first to try and get above the green zone far enough that they can turn their dampener back on, during which time they're going to be looking at the button for the dampener and trying to spam the fuck out of it to get it back on. During that exact same time, you're just bloody boosting out and calibrating your quantum drive to get ready for a jump. Guys, it's Slim Jim. If you don't know Slim Jim by now, and you don't recognize what he's doing, it's okay, Slim Jim. We know that you have an easier time bombing ships than you do pirating them. Right. Yeah, so I'm going to let Captain Dirty finish on what his chain of thought is, or what he's describing here, but it's essentially the QED pilot is now panicking. They're going to be scrambling to get out of the green zone so that they can turn their QED back on, so that they can actually follow you up. So they're going to turn, orientate, and start punching up, and then spamming the fucking dampener to turn it back on, during which time you can orientate onto your quantum travel target, punch out yourself with boost, and if you're using a TS2, you'll be calibrated and jumping before they can turn their QED back on.
They're going to have to do a few things. First, they're going to have to get away from the green zone, so they're going to have to change course. They then are going to need to reactivate their quantum dampener. While doing so, they're going to try to maintain visual contact with you and try to stay close to you. They may or may not be successful in that, so they may need to reacquire you and then close that distance again. So this is really your opportunity to jump out, okay? The pirate is probably going to be reacting here, but you're not really going to, deal with them in any way. You're just focused on jumping away. Okay, so that's the best case scenario for this tactic for you as an industrialist. Now, let's take a look and see what happens when things don't quite work out this way. Okay, we're looking at another clip from the same training session. This time there are going to be multiple QED ships pursuing me. So we're going to see how this goes for us.
Prize got a C2 at 141 on Daymar. Pilot is in the seat.
And away we go. Fox, if you want to double up with your dampener down, that's cool.
Okay.
Same
He's
with your
nosing up.
stranger.
C2's on the move. He's coming up at an angle. He's dampened.
Watch for the slingshot. Still dampened?
Yep. I am also on him at this point, in case Pariah loses.
Okay. Just make sure your dampener's down, Fox.
Yep, heard.
Alright, so there's only one ship currently in range of him at the moment with the dampener. Because the rings on the radar are 5 kilometers out. Well, that's for the default setting. So it'll be interesting, like, if this is supposed to be against multiple QEDs, we should actually start seeing more contacts show up.
Still got him, holding at 1500.
Alright, David, are you ready to go again?
I think he's turning towards Armistice.
Swap to Mimic. I'm gonna
He's diving.
drop us into training 2 real quick.
Watch the green zone.
We got a Connie Andromeda coming in. FYI. Dummy DGA.
Alright, I'm holding at 6, he's diving.
See what he does, stranger.
Yep, I held
turn
at 5.
Turn it into live if he comes in for it.
Yeah. He's nosing up, looking at everybody right now.
Think he wants a piece of me, maybe?
Yeah, Dirty is red.
Legitimately? Oh my god. Little does this guy know.
C2 is once again dampened.
No, there you go.
Oh, are we far enough
Nice.
for emergency?
Yeah.
Oh,
My tendency would definitely be to just stay above the green ceiling, kind of no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't break my QED. It's just he went low and then kept going, so I just held a little bit of altitude and started dropping once we flew over Armistice.
Yeah, like horizontally far enough.
Ooh, I've lost him here. Got him again. Flying back towards Armistice. Looks like he's holding altitude though.
Yep. I'm also directly above, approximately 5.5.
Shit, I've got to gain altitude here.
In the simulation, they're not shooting the ship. So we do this as well with our training, where we'll focus on, like, we'll hyper focus on a specific skill set. So right now it is only about dampening the ship. If we start shooting at the target, they start feeling more pressure on them. Therefore, they'll start flying more erratically, right? What we want the target to do is be solely focused on trying to shake the QED, because when you start shooting at the target ship, they'll focus on trying to survive the encounter as opposed to just shaking the QED. So in this case, we're actually making our pilots who are flying the QED ships flex their QED muscles so that they're getting more concise and focused training out of the exercise. Slim Jim, that's not a movie, that was a documentary. But yeah, like when it comes to this sort of training here, like we do it in Mongrel Squad as well. Our training sessions break down specific components of a piracy hit where we hyper focus on a skill set, and we'll just concentrate on that, train the fuck out of that one particular thing for one session. Normally this is all orientated towards our prospects, so you know, our trial members, getting them focused and trained up. The members, you know, full members will do it as, you know, one, to demonstrate to the trial members that yes, like they're capable of doing it. They came through the exact same system that the prospects are currently in. This is what they'll look like when they, you know, like when they practice it enough. Two, it's also to make sure that our members don't end up sitting on their laurels. And three, you know, it's a good thing to do to kind of keep yourself humble when it comes to being a pirate, because maintaining your QED skill sets, like everyone knows when the QED fucks up because your target jumped away. Everyone knows. So like, this is one of those skill sets where it's like, you want to be, you know, there's a minimum standard, and that is the target can't jump regardless of the maneuvers that they're making. And they're, you know, like if they get away, everyone's looking at you. So focus training on this particular skill set is actually very important.
He should be below the jump ceiling.
Yeah. He's coming right up into me.
He's dampened.
Yep, I'm within 2K.
Oh, well. I broke QED.
I'd have him up here.
Oh my god, dude! He got me by a second.
So we're gonna go back to our slideshow here and kind of analyze what just happened in that second clip. So I've taken us back to step 6, the chase part 2, where we are flying straight back into the green zone. So, instead of doing this, our pirate is going to do this. So this guy pirates, we can tell, because he knows what you're trying to do, he's anticipating the move, he is positioning himself above the green zone, preferably above you as well, or at least out in front of you if that is possible. and he's setting himself up on an intercept path to your anticipated location here, so that as quickly as possible he's able to get that quantum dampening field back over you. Now, if this happens from the industrialist perspective, you're going to need to rethink your situation. You can attempt to do this strategy again, and that is what worked for me in the second clip. I was able to come back in at a different elevation, and either I got lucky or the pirates got a little unlucky.
Is this a fly up? You speaking like Mike Tyson? Is this to teach people they have a chance? Because they don't. They do have a chance, man. The majority don't because they don't fucking train. I'll tell you now, if haulers actually trained against this sort of shit, our jobs would be a lot harder. Like, getting out of range of a QED isn't that difficult. I'm the cat with... Oh, mate. The curved head. Concave? The concave? Or convex? It's concave, isn't it? Concave's the one that goes in, right? Thing is that because I'm wearing headphones as well, I kind of need to make sure that there's something in the concave to keep it propped up, or else the headphones will just crush it. Alright, we've got about a minute left. I kind of feel bad about... I'll talk about it after the video. We'll finish it off.
You know, I wasn't able to see exactly what happened with the QED ships there, but I was able to create enough space where I was able to get away. And I think at least one of them clipped their dampener over the green zone and disabled their dampener. Okay. So whether or not the dampeners were disabled, I was still able to gain space and make my jump away. Now, if you do this 2-3 times and you know, it's just not working out for you, you're clearly dealing with some experienced pirates, and you're going to need to rethink your next strategies. So that's going to do it for this video. Thank you all for tuning in. If you found this interesting or informative, please give me a like and a subscribe. I really appreciate it.
I like how he says you gotta rethink your strategies and then just ends the videos. It makes sense though to put it in a different video. But it's like, yeah, if you're dealing with really experienced pirates, you kind of shit out of luck. All go, bye. Oh god, I gotta fix up the audio stuff now, so let's balance that out. Let's go to facecam. Turn the music back on. Not enough, I'm the captain now. Okay. It's an interesting strategy to go through. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a simple thing to do, and it works on moons. The problem that we've got, or the problem is that right now Microtech is the place where a lot of piracy happens, and the green zone for the outpost versus the quantum travel ceiling are vastly, different. They're a lot further apart. So being, like this particular tactic is highly effective for moons. In fact, Like, even when you're dealing with experienced pirates, you can actually catch them out still by using different maneuvers. Especially if you start throwing decoupled flying in, which in atmosphere is a little bit more difficult, but you can actually pull it off and change the direction that you're actually going to jump and throw them off a little bit. That all said, like, this is focused on a scenario where it's just the QED ship firing at, you know, just the QED ship keeping a target in dampening range. For a instructional video on how to deal with, you know, pirates and actually, you know, dealing with a piracy attack and a tactic that you can use, I guess my point of critique here is that a demonstration on a full simulation where you're getting dampened, you are getting shot at, and the steps that you should be taking. Because if you're only being QED'd and you're not being shot at, you don't have the pressure of having to keep your shields, your power priority set to shields. You can keep it at engines, and one, use a little bit less boost when you're boosting, but two, recover your boost faster. So for for the hauler, if they're getting attacked by a complement of pirates, so, you know, a small fleet, so you're looking at, let's just go with a 4-ship composition. So Cutlass Blue plus 3 fighters. We'll say that they're light fighters for the sake of you know, meta. So you're looking at 3 Gladius, for example. They're all going to be punching away at the shields, trying to get them down as quickly as possible. But your Cutlass Blue is staying in dampening range, and it's also contributing damage to getting those shields down. The tactic, you know, the flight tactic is one component of, you know, what you can do to deal with a piracy attack in that way, so that you can actually cause them to trip the green zone and then punch out. But you also got to, you know, be able to deal with the incoming fire and knowing how to, you know, I guess fight through that sort of mentality where it's like you're panicking, your ship's getting shot the shit out, and you're going to start doing this, you know, maneuver where you pretty much bait the QED ship into thinking that they've got you, have them scrape the green zone, and then rocket out to quantum travel. All the while, you know, for the QED pilot doing their training, it's great for them to not have to worry about shooting the target or anything like that. But for the hauler on the receiving end, if this is targeted at them as a flight tactic that they can use to be able to escape pirates, then they have to go through the whole you know, the whole experience of being pirated. So it's like they're taking off and then they see 4 ships coming down on them and they're getting attacked and hammered. And I know, Dirty, that for the sake of the video that you said, okay, we'll ignore them and we're not going to represent them anymore. Well, that's great when we're focusing only on the QED, but when we're receiving incoming fire, what is the hauler supposed to do? Just take it on the chin? It's one of those situations where it's like 3 light fighters, you could probably handle that doing the maneuver. You can't shield tank in a C2 for 30 seconds, that's not on me. Well, you're doing an instructional video though. How do they even know how to shield tank if you're teaching them a flight maneuver? That's the thing, is like, shield tanking against light fighters is one thing, shield tanking against, you know, more fighters is another. And that's one of the components where it's like, experienced pirates are going to know what to do. And if you want to give your audience the information that really benefits them, showing them the maneuver that they can do is great. Like, but as far as I'm concerned, you've only shown them half of what they need to do. You need to show them the other half where they, like, you know, can set power priority to shields, you know, focus on when they need to get their boost as they're pushing through the green zone. The mentality that they need to, you know, adopt, you know, like accepting that they are going to get shot, their you know, their hull is probably going to start getting peppered because they're not going to get it on the first go. Unless they're training like we do they're not going to get it on the first go. Most people are going to watch this video and they're going to be like, okay, I'm going to do this, and the first time they're doing it is when they're getting fucking attacked by pirates. So, you know, it's putting out that instructional video there. I would say teaching them, you know, like, hey, you know, at this point you should probably focus on, you know, keeping your power to shields. You're boosting now, you know, sacrifice that you're going to take some hits to your, you know, shields, and they're going to start going down, and focus on, you know, putting power to engines so that you can preserve your boost for longer, so that when you get into the armistice zone and have your QED and have their QED ship scrape that green zone, that their boost is, your boost is recharging whilst you're passing through that green zone. You can orientate. You're still going to be taking hits from the other piracy ships, but that's okay. That's normal. Just, you know, take the pain, orientate onto, you know, your quantum jump point, and then punch out once you're ready to go. You didn't want to overcomplicate this, mate. Just break out the butcher's paper and crayons. I guarantee you'll be able to go into that level of depth and they'll start understanding. Maybe that's the part two, though. Like, you know, I like the fact that you were doing it. Like, I like the maneuver and how you, like, demonstrated it quite simply. For us, you know, like, we do similar things, but, you know, we'll also throw in more fighter orientated stuff just to make it extremely more, like, our goal is to make it as difficult as possible for our QED pilots. So we'll, you know, pull off crazy maneuvers and shit like that, that, you know, you'd only expect fighters to do. But yeah, like, as Carl puts there, it's an excuse for another video to, you know, use that shiny new mic. I'd say, like, yeah, like, putting them through the mentality of what you're going to be dealing with a piracy attack. It's like, hey, you know, you're going to get hit. You know, you're going to take pain. Your shields are probably going to go down, and you're going to start taking hull damage. If you're doing this maneuver, this is what you do. If, you know, the maneuver fails, then this is what you do. The context, and I think this is one of the points that kind of got glossed over, but the context of where you use this maneuver as well is important. Making sure that, you know, you really reinforce that point. It's like, if the location that you're at has a low quantum travel ceiling, this is what you do. If you're on microtech and it's happening, don't fucking do it there, because you're not going to be able to pull this off. You're not going to be able to use scraping the green zone unless they're really novice pilots. Recommend it to them as something to try, but, you know, they're going to have to attempt a different tactic. Stranger, like, we've had training sessions where there's like 8 mantises hovering around an outpost, and we'll watch a C2 land in the middle of all of us, and we're just looking at this guy going, seriously? And then it's like, well, we can make sure the guy can't get away, but we're all in mantises, so getting those shields down is, you know, just going to be pain. But yeah, I think one of the points, you know, and I'm going to be reinforcing this with the pack rats. One of the points that I want to, you know, kind of start pushing onto haulers is that if they want to be able to survive piracy attacks, they need to train. If they're expecting to be able to do this, you know, against a piracy group that they just encounter out the verse without any sort of practice or training, they're just going to get shat on. So, you know, like, pushing that, you know, hey, you need to practice, you need to go train, you know, even if it's just doing the maneuver, you know, like, practice it when you're hauling. It takes you a couple of extra seconds, but, you know, just do the maneuver. You know, just practice the loop, push back through the outpost, select the place that you want to jump to, and then punch out. yeah, like that's one of the things that I want to push onto the pack rats is like we need to do this essentially anti-piracy training, you know, counter-piracy training. These are the tactics that you need to use if you're dealing with pirates. Use these flight maneuvers. You know, like you're gonna have to learn to deal with getting attacked. You know, what happens when your ship actually gets disabled? What happens when your ship gets soft death? Right, well, this is what's gonna happen. This is what the pirates are gonna attempt to do. This is what you can do to stop them. And the first thing is always going to be put a call out in chat for help. And when I say chat, I'm talking about Mongrel Corps chat, not fucking global. Don't do that. If you put a call out in global for help, you just essentially signing your own death warrant. You might as well be ringing the dinner bell at that point. But yeah, Dirty dude, I like that video a lot. I like the information. I like what you're doing. I hope you keep it up. There's a link to it again. Pirates hate this one trick. Star System pirates hate this one trick. To be honest, I'd love it if haulers were doing shit like this. Stranger Day. Don't forget the 2 CSCU box on the C2 ladder. How could we forget that one, mate? Yeah, like, you want to see haulers use mines more? Just throwing boxes out the back? Yeah, man. Like, there is so much more things that haulers could do to fight, you know, to counter piracy attacks. And they're just, because they sit there and they cry and they go, fucking, buddy, I don't want to deal with the PvP encounter. You know, I'm the main character of my story and I'm not supposed to lose, and I'm facing a situation where I'm gonna fucking lose, so I'm just gonna opt out so I can't. You know, I just want, you know, I would love to encounter, you know, have PvP encounters where haulers are actually doing inventive shit. Yeah, Hex, but you don't even see it coming until it's too late. Alright, guys, we're going to move on to the next little bit of content. So, what is the next bit? Okay. I don't think actually, there's a few other links that I need to open up. Where are we? There we are. So, the next bit of content that we're reacting to here is something based on, I talked about yesterday in my gameplay stream. I was rolling with the pack rats. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to link a Spectrum post for you all to view. There it is right there. Feel free to click on the link so that you can follow along. This is also a test to see who actually clicks on the links that I put in chat. Hey, we got a winner tied. 404. Yes, that is right. This Spectrum post cannot be found. That said, it was in the listing of Spectrum posts that were there. Now, this Spectrum post featured a video. This is the video that it featured. Glance, switch your chat from top to live chat. Now, I'm going to post this here. That was the subject. How are we progressing on hex code paints? And there was a link to this video here. Now, unfortunately, like I shared the post, but CIG had already deleted it. So, what we're going to do, we're going to watch Cameral's video here on hex codes for ships. And I don't know, I get the sense that the dude's on a bit of a warpath at the moment. Must be just that time of the year. It's leading up to CitizenCon, so a lot of players are, you know, reflecting and looking back and going, holy shit, what the fuck's going on here with, you know, Star Citizen? Why don't we have all this stuff that Chris Roberts talked about 8 years ago? Which is, you know, this situation here. Actually 7.
Hello everyone. I guess most of you know.
You know what I forgot to do? You all probably can't hear me because your eardrums just got blown out. I forgot to turn the audio down for OBS.
Hello everyone. I guess most of you know CRG's 2016 hex code paints video. If not, it's in the outro of my video. But did you know that Chris was talking about at some point we will allow tools for people to be able to do their own paint jobs before this? In 2015, I didn't know this. I found this recently when I was doing my tools video. Let me know what you think in the comments below. I'm already saying my goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen.
But it's pretty cool. So yeah, well, so for what will be happening going forward is now we'll be able to roll out, you know, different sort of, you know, first of all the skins that we've already promised, but probably some new ones, and at some point we'll allow tools for people to be able to sort of do their own paint job. And we've got a fairly efficient way of storing the data, so it's not going to be a huge amount of. And at some point we'll allow tools for people to be able to sort of do that.
Starters, let's look at the people here. This dude, that's Mark Skelton. He hasn't worked at CIG in, what was it, 8 years now? 8 years? Let's see here. 7 years, I'm pretty sure it is. Chris Roberts. But he's looking pretty thin there, and he doesn't have many grey hairs. That's Tony Zurovic. His hair's pretty short there.
Do their own paint job.
And then the guy chairing the podium, I don't know, I can't remember their name, but they don't work at CIG anymore. This guy doesn't work at CIG anymore.
Get these pre-configured schemes done. So you could, for example, go off and go, oh, you know what, I want a NASA-themed kind of skin, or I want, you know, a District 9 themed skin, or I want a, you know, a pink Hello Kitty themed skin, and then essentially, you know, we as artists create, well, basically their material files. They're tiny in memory. They're so small that we can have like hundreds of them if we want to, because they're all calling the same textures. That's what's done under the hood. Okay, once those material files are created and obviously named accordingly, and sanity checked that the emblem is called emblem and the submaterial ID is called submaterial ID 1, 2, and 3, they have to be the same names. That's then handed to tech design to then kind of set that up with the loadout that they're putting together for that shit. Further forward, we want these kind of paint configurations to become hex codes. So if you're in like a guild of 20 players, and you know the clan leader said, all right, this is our paint scheme. There's going to be no like guessing work. Like you get the hex code, you put it in there, and it automatically will.
We're on the road to Pyro. Don't forget that. We're still on the road to Pyro. And keep answering that call. We're still going.
Say, oh, you know what? You know, we've got matte black against yellow against pink, something crazy, and every ship in your fleet you can put that hex code on and it will automatically go into that color configuration. So there's a lot of kind of cool things, and you know, as artists we do this stuff all day every day, and we were just like, you know, well, why wouldn't we give the end user this functionality? So that's the overall plan.
Because you can make money off of it. Like, I guarantee you, marketing watched this video after it was done and they're going, what? What? You're gonna go ban Bob. Which account though? Which account are you banning though, Kaput? Yes, he's just gonna go ban Bob. Bob is banned.
There is a lot of kind of very things you have to be careful with when you're authoring the shaders for this stuff, so it can accommodate these options. But we're on top of that, and that's kind of, yeah, it's good. That's what we're doing on the initial kind of burst of ships right now. I think it's really cool, and it's really amazing to see. Like today, I just kind of caught up with the guys and looked at what we're working on for that stuff, and there's like a fleet of 50 ships, all with different skins, all with different loadouts, and it injects color into the game. You can have your kind of personal things going on, which is kind of cool. If I was going to pick one to fly and customize myself, I've always got a sweet spot for the Avenger. If it was me, I'd probably go for a dirty chrome kind of finish. The shape is just kind of so kind of primitive. To get some kind of highly reflective material on it, I think would just look super cool in space. So that's what I would go for.
Hey, you're still here. You might want to join me on Twitter. My Twitter account is Camoral_SC.
Not if you use bloody light mode for fucking using Twitter, Cameron. Like, what the fuck? What kind of savage are you? So yeah. It's X now. Sorry. X. Just want your own ship with a Med Runner logo on it. Oh god. Oh man. Do cosmetics like COD does. Like, I don't know how they apply the patterns, you know, the camouflage patterns and stuff like that, whether or not they can set them up so that you can do it, like cover the entire ship or only parts of it. Honestly, I think, you know, they could do just panels like that, set your panels up. Well, that's kind of actually the point that I was going to bring up, Banther, is like there's other games where they've had that option where the player base could add textures and patterns and things like that to a to the store, and if the publishers liked them or the developers liked them, they would add it to the store and then they would sell it on the store and give the creator some money. Like Planetside does it. I know there's other games that do it, but Planetside 2 comes to mind straight away. We send rattlers to each other. Do we send 8 at a time though? Their dealer? Yeah, I guarantee you though, the first patterns that, like, the first lot of patterns that you'll see submitted, one of them's going to be like a camouflage pattern of dicks. There'll definitely be a camouflage pattern of 6. I read Dealer of Fate's message at the time when I was about to say dicks. There's definitely going to be a camouflage pattern of dicks. And then there'll be one of silhouettes of bloody naked girls. Dickaflage. And then you'll see, you'll be able to tell it's Griefernet because they'll be flying around with camouflage, you know, with dickaflage ships, dickaflage patterns of ships with a Medrunner logo on it. One with Chris Roberts heads on, cowboy hats on the cockpit. Oh man, the possibilities are endless. I think it is something that CIG could explore, but then they would need to set up the systems to be able to support that. And they're just not ready for it yet. They're building 2 games, guys, and we fucking barely hear about one of them. Yeah, honestly, I thought there was going to be a lot more substance to it. I think, to be honest, like the Spectrum post that's there, like that had been made, COG only deletes Spectrum posts when they just devolve into fucking childish arguments. So that's probably why we got a 4044. Yeah, I thought that was a bit interesting. Cameral's on a bit of a fucking warpath at the moment though, so it's one of those situations where it's like, you know, what was it, he made a video about the tools over 10 years, and there's a new video that he put out. It was about something else that CIG said that they were going to do and still haven't delivered on yet. But yeah, it's... honestly, I thought there was going to be a bit more to it, but clearly there wasn't. So... actually, did I link Cameral's video? Pretty sure I did. I linked the Spectrum post and not the video. Hey, shut up. So if you want to watch Cameral's video on your own, or, you know, like it, if you want to subscribe to him, it's right there. Feel free to do so. But we're going to move on to the last bit of content. It's getting late, and I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I need a palette cleanse. Now, this particular video I tracked down, and it's actually it's a video of one of our hits, but it's done from the perspective of a single individual. So I'm going to link that in chat right now. And apparently this hit happened 4 weeks ago, so I need to get my ass into gear and actually edit this one too. So this next video that we're going to be reacting to is a bit of a palette cleanse, but it's a hit that I was on, that I was present for. It actually happened during one of my streams. Carl, we actually prefer to call him the legend who put Vertigo in his place. I was present for. So this video, he didn't suggest it. I kind of saw it in one of the chats. I'm like, holy shit, I remember this one. I'm like, oh, he cut it together. I'm going to react to it. This is going to be the palette cleanse. So you better have done a fucking good job on it, or else, you know, I'm never going to use your videos for a palette cleanse ever again. No pressure. All right, guys. So this is the Treacherous Escort Star Citizen Piracy, the hit that I was present for, and you know, providing all the moral support required, as seen from Dastardly Thought's perspective. Turning it. Just gotta go for the outpost. Yeah. Scan. He's pointing straight down. The fuck is going on here? Why is the audio so quiet?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, negative. I'll be negative. He's gonna make it.
Just wanted to point out here, so I'll give a bit of context because Darcy's, you know, he's done the subtitles. The position that he's doing them in, by the way, Carl, this is roughly the height that you want to do it at. That's actually pretty good. I didn't even have to tell him about this either. So what's happened here is we found this guy, Raziel CZ. Found him, but we've all positioned ourselves to start attacking him. He's taken off. He started pushing up to the quantum travel ceiling. We tried to silent QED. And old mate has realized what's going on and has decided to come back down to the outpost. So when we recognized that he was about to go back to the outpost, we all just started pummeling into him. Now, around this time, this is when we had decided to start trying to incorporate distortion damage back into our composition so that we could focus on disabling targets, so that we could board them and take them intact so that we can then fly them out into dead space and unload them in dead space ourselves, as opposed to just soft deathing the ship and then unloading them in place. Yeah, Nelson, I know he's a pack rat now, and I kind of wanted to leave that as a surprise to the end. But now you've ruined the surprise, Nelson. That's okay. We'll talk about that at the end. Alright, this is what I want to happen. I want everybody to pretty much move out of detection range. Disappear. Move out of detection range so that we can actually make this guy feel safe. Alright, let's start boarding these guys who apparently are going to come here.
I can try and infiltrate his party if you want.
Yeah, go for
it. Snowhawk. 19, 2023, May 19th, 2023.
I'm in the party. Two other members in the party at the moment. Dante Z _42, Agens Leti, and then of course the target. Try talking to him in party and saying it looks pretty clear. Flying overhead now. Escorts are still way out.
We'll be the bad guy.
We're the bad guys? Oh shit.
Guys, we're not bad guys.
Alright, just picked up on somebody above us. You, Darcy.
I'm down at the outpost at the moment. Agens Leti is here.
Agens Leti, yeah. Agens Leti is in Cutlass Black.
Okay.
Uncuddy.
The uncuddy, that's more. Give a bit of background on what's actually happened as well before all of this. We just finished hitting one target. Some of the guys were actually unloading it, and my Cutlass Blue was running out of fuel, so I was flying it back to SMO 18, right? I run out of fuel like 2 kilometers away from the outpost. Another one of our guys, Top Flip, comes and picks me up in his Cutlass Blue, and we find Raziel at the outpost filling up. So the plan was I was going to get dropped off, run down, grab a Fury, and just act as the scout. During this time, what had happened was the target was about to take off. Actually, no, that was a different target. We actually had two there. So Raziel was there, but there was another target that had taken off but hadn't filled up with any sort of cargo. And that's the one that top flip pursued up into space. And then when they bricked it, and then it was empty, so they just left it. They come back down, and then Raziel's getting ready to go. Meanwhile, throughout this entire time, I'm still fucking running down to this outpost. I get into a fury, and all this is happening. So I'm still doing shot calling here. The target takes off. We go to engage. During this entire time, and you can see it in my stream from when this all happens, I don't know how to fucking get my wings deployed on the Fury, so I'm kind of just flying around, useless, trying to, work out how the fuck to get my weapons working again. I think it was Kestrel that pointed it out. He was the flew to blue cabbage. What? Are you okay, Metatron? You're not having a stroke, mate? I don't understand what you're saying. I'll continue with the story while I wait for your answer. So, I'm flying around the Fury pretty much useless, and Raziel takes off, but that's when Darsley shows up, and we're all trying to, take the target shields down so that we can brick it, because we realized that he was about to go back into the armistice zone. And the unfortunate thing is, I didn't realize this, Darsley's running a full distortion loadout, and distortion weapons against shields are shit. So we're relying on our lethal weapons to get through the shields so that we can then use distortion weapons to disable the target really quickly. Which is funny, because when we see Darsley's point of view at the start here, he comes in and he's already shooting at the target. But he doesn't show up as hostile because he's using distortion weapons against the shields. Which is ironic, because he should have been shown up as a hostile.
My cutlass.
I'm just going to pause that there. So, yeah. Old mate talks about downing a cutlass. That's my cutlass blue that had run out of fuel.
That's the one that ran out of fuel.
Wait for him to scan it. I got a name.
Pretty sure old mate's done. Mr. Axton. Hello. And thank you for singing happy birthday to Mongrel Squad. I'm glad that you're able to do that of your free will. Thank you, Jack. We tried hunting you down on our actual birthday, but apparently we were too late. I knew I should have set my alarm to wake me up an hour earlier. Well, to be honest, man, when it comes to the whole birthday thing, pirating you, this was the fourth time that we had pirated you. So it was we don't need your cargo. We've got more than enough credits across the org. We're not hurting for credits because of all the other people that we end up pirating. So it's and I'd heard you sing happy birthday for somebody else a week or two beforehand. So I'm our birthday stream's coming up. I want to pirate Jack Axton. This is the payment. We'll get him to sing us happy birthday, and that's how he's going to, pay us. And we've clipped it. I'm waiting for I'm going to have to wait a couple of days before I can rip the Piracy hit out of your stream as well. But it's definitely going to be going into a video. We'll feature that there. Jack, just watch what you say. Carl Kaput's Chris Roberts as well, by the way. It's happened in Sea of Thieves as well. Holy shit. Man, I was really hoping we were the first. Oh. He still took your cargo? Oh, bastards. We at least left you your ship and cargo. That said, though, some of the suggestions in chat afterwards, like today when we showed them the clip, they were like, we should have taken all your gear and left you in your birthday suit. Fine, it's not your gear. Well, yeah, like the guys were telling me later. I was at work when this all went down. Loki had sent me a message. He pinged me in chat and said, hey, I'm on Jack's server. Are we still doing this piracy thing? Because our birthday was on Saturday. Are we still going to pirate Jack for a birthday song? And I'm like, yeah, man, go for it. I think it was like an hour later. They're like, yeah, we did it. Man, VoIP is jank as fuck though in game. Like, as much as I'd like to be able to use the VoIP clips, I'm probably going to switch point of views. It was a beautiful hit. Yeah. I'm surprised the Corsair survived, actually. That said, though, I was hoping that the guys would have pushed for the boarding action, but until I realized that your ship was upside down, which is a really bad habit for all the Star Citizen ships. Yeah, I watched your point of view of it, and it was like, oh, these guys are ready to throw down. I'm like, this would have been a fucking cool fight. It would have been a phenomenal fight. That said, though, Jack, dude, use F4, use your cinematic camera to get a better view of the situation around you. Because then you would have known that you're upside down and that you could have focused less on somebody trying to board you. Because boarding a Corsair upside down is a pain in the ass. Oh man. Still though, it was a cool hit. It was a cool hit, and the way that it finished was exactly the way I wanted. Right. I don't have much more time to stay up, so I'm going to keep pushing through for this video. This is our palette cleanse, by the way. As you guys may have seen in chat, Nelson, revealed the secret. Good one, Nelson. Raziel ended up joining us. He joined us today. So this is his first encounter with us. And I'm going to say this point right now. Raziel, you're not the first person to join Mongrel Squad or a Mongrel Squad adjacent organization after being pirated by us.
Alright, he's heading out, so you got to try and catch him as hard as possible, boys. I'll let you know. I'll fly with you.
Go in.
Target going up.
He's moving. We want to try and get him at the quantum travel ceiling. He's pushing hard. Get in there nice and fast. Nelson, I want you to get a snare ready.
Speed at the moment is 250.
Not dampener.
No, not dampeners. Nelson, we've already got a QED dampener here.
Altitude 6,000.
Coming up fast. This will be complicated.
Altitude 8,000.
Close to the ceiling. Is it 11?
What's me targeting you?
10,000.
That's charging.
He's going to get away unless you dampen him. He's at the quantum ceiling. He's aligning to Crusader.
Crusader.
Jump Crusader.
No time.
I'm still in his party. Give chase. Go. Cutlasses.
How far is
Go,
it
go,
out
go,
from-
go, go, go. Cutlass.
So yeah, normally on hits like this, I'm used to dealing with mongrels who would know to set the snare or get ready to put a snare up. In these sorts of situations where we know that they're just going to punch out of atmosphere or try and punch the quantum travel ceiling, if you're in a mantis and you got the time, you should be setting up a snare, not coming down to dampen, especially when you got QED blues in place. That was a mistake as a shot caller on my part, is that I made an assumption that this mantis pilot would have a snare ready to go. It's something that I should have brought up, making sure that our mantis set this, had a snare charge ready to go, and that the dampener pilot was actually positioned correctly so that they would be able to intercept. That said, I was still flying around in a fucking fury, so I was pretty useless. And I don't even think I managed to get close enough to be able to put damage on the target yet. I think if you scroll back, the target didn't even take any sort of shots. Oh no, he is taking hits. You can see it flashing up here. But yeah, it's a learning experience. All hits are the learning experiences.
I'm still in his party. Give chase. Go. Cutlasses.
How far is
Go,
it
go,
out
go,
from-
go, go, go. Cutlasses. Stop what you're doing.
Yeah,
Jump to Crusader.
Notorious Blue landing for Crusader.
King's jumping Crusader.
He
This
drops
is
out
one
10
of
meter
the-
distance from micro check.
This is one of the benefits of using Cutlass Blues.
I've still got his party marker. I'll let you know if he does any funky jumps. Looks like he's just flying straight Crusader. He's currently 4 mil ahead of me. I got a feeling that's TS2 speeds. Still a chance Blues can catch him if you got an XL1.
Get 50 mil away.
He is 46 mil out from Crusader at the moment, Neil.
I'm very close. 45.
Okay, we're going to catch him. We're going to catch him.
If he's a savvy trader, he'll drop out about 100,000 outside of Crusader.
This is true.
Ask him, Darcy. Ask him what's the plan to get there.
Oh, I'm ahead of him. Yeah, I'm 23
Business,
million.
40 million.
22 million. The other escort has dropped out of Quantum, says he needs to refuel.
This is why it's really important to make sure your ships are decked out with the best kit. Because if you can't make these sorts of jumps, you're pretty much useless as an escort. Which is why asking for escorts in chat is not the best way of going about it. It's better than nothing though.
4 mil out now. 3.
Too bad for you.
So 9 million.
This guy's so grateful.
You're a terrible person. I love it.
He's 8 mil from Crusader.
Arriving now. 2 million.
He should be landing any second.
Are Blues there already?
Yeah.
Half a mil out. Expect him to land now.
So a point that I want to bring up here, and it's an issue, because our Blues got there so much more earlier than the target, the time that Crusader would have rotated versus the target's point of arrival, if they didn't pull themselves out of quantum travel early, which I'm quite confident that they didn't do, they went all the way to the end. Because our Blues got there earlier, the planets rotated far enough that they wouldn't have picked up on the C2 straight away. You had a pirate pay off an escort to attack you? Holy shit. Yes, Nelson, you can compensate for the rotation, but you need to be able to do it straight away. And even then, you're relying on doing that long enough that you're going to be there when the target does. at the end of the day, this is one of those situations where it's like, we don't really train for that particular scenario because pulling it off isn't really worth the effort. The margin of error is so small. Well, the margin of success is so small for it, that you're better off trying to leverage a different tactic to achieve a better result. And because we've got Dastardly in the party here, we have, a better method of being able to achieve a better result.
Should be landed now.
Chevrons. Throw on site. Anyone got eyes on? Nope.
Add Dastardly to the party so that you can jump to him.
I'm in an Atlas, I'm still 14 mil out.
Start pinging your scans.
Hold on, let me try something. I'm asking if I can fleet warp with him down to Orison when I get with him on site. Oh, fuck, he's QT to Orison.
Nice.
Fuck. He's at Orison.
Who lost the target?
Still get him.
I think you're pretty much in.
I'm pretty sure you warp into Armistice zone. Go for Orison. If he's not in Armistice zone, destroy him.
He's still in the spline jump.
We can't have that booty, no one will. That's why I always give the order to destroy.
Oh, he says, oh wait, no, he jumped to an OM.
So what?
He set a route and he's jumped to an OM. Hold on.
Show him.
Just everyone there spread to OM.
I'll let you know in a second. I'm 1.5 mil out.
SS well 1.4 with a snare ready to be unleashed.
So heading to OM6.
He says he's on the OM spot. Looks like he's at the north pole of Crusader, possibly OM1.
Roger that.
Ideal's OM1 now.
Alright, hang fire then, let me confirm.
For OM2.
Hang fire, guys. I'm getting it for you.
He wants to wait for you.
He is waiting for me.
You to jump ahead.
He is.
At what marker?
Looks like he cancelled his spline jump. He's not actually at an OM. Looks like to me. I'm about to warp to him, then I'm going to drop party. I need a party invite ready. I'll give you a shout when to send it. Whoever's got party lead. We've got party lead here.
Yes, I stand by. Yeah, ready to go when you are.
Send invite now. Guys, we're towards the North Pole. Get ready to jump to Dastardly.
Roger.
Timing of this party invite as well.
Stand by.
Accept.
Leaving party. 3, 2, 1. In party now. Jump.
I've got eyes on you yet.
No time.
You're joking. Join party. I've got the notification. Go.
Shit, charging.
Near you, Nelson.
Jumping. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, jumping.
1.
Ideal jump.
Drop that snare. You're close enough. Go. Drop the snare.
Yeah. Yes, up.
Get him!
Got him.
Fucking love it. Sorry, 10k out.
Hello, George. You guys are recording this, kids. You got lovely footage of inside the ASIC terminals at Professor.
I'm just shocked this guy didn't read the first rule of Care Bear Club.
By the way, I don't know if you probably can't tell by the tone of my voice, but I'm actually quite salty that I'm missing out on all this action.
Don't trust a guy called Dastardly Thoughts.
It's not subtle, is it?
I fucking love this game, dude. Straight to soft death, boys. Straight to soft death. Fuck him.
Cleansing fucking.
Minutes, please.
There shields. 20% to go.
Yeah,
The shields are all down.
You forgot the...
Careful, boys. There he goes, there he goes, there he goes. Warning time, boys. He's out of seat. Just wait for him to stop.
Metatron's going to join you.
Sorry, left the edge. Ready, call out your team.
Let's get some orcs. Couple of orcs volunteers, myself, Metatron, and Soriel. Definitely heading to back ramp.
All that gold. Look at that gold.
For us to watch.
Definitely aboard. Waiting for you guys.
So 190 is out heading in.
Metatron's heading in. Elevator is up. Checking right side of cargo.
Yeah, that's gold.
I'm calling elevator. Elevator's going up. He's called the elevator up.
Guys. Yeah.
I was just gonna wait for him at the bottom elevator.
I've got a grenade launcher pointed at that door, Meta. Don't get too close.
I hear him walking around up stop. Banging into things.
Elevator down. He's armed. Right, he's about to get popped. Get ready.
Elevator's coming down.
Target gapped.
Yeah.
Jesus, he's just got fucking launched.
Good work, agents.
I was here for moral support the whole time.
That's 433 SU of gold. That's a nice chunk.
It was the glee in Dastardly's voice when he was joining our party. Join, jump now, jump now.
Yeah, so the way that the hit ends, like, we made 2.9 million or something around that. The way that the hit actually ends is that Nelson took old Raziel to the upper levels of Orison's atmosphere and said, you can walk the plank, or, you know, I can throw you off the ship. And he elected to be thrown off the ship. But long story short, after the a few weeks later, like this hit happened at towards the end of July, and today the guy that we pirated, Raziel, actually joined the Mongrel Corps, and he's joined the Pack Rats. So welcome to the Pack Rats, by the way, mate. Don't feel bad about getting pirated. We've been doing it for years. You were very... I'll tell you something now. The hit that we had against you was a refreshing experience for all of us. Because you almost did get away. If you hadn't accepted... Dastardly's invite to your party, we wouldn't have been able to get you. Yeah, but you grow. Like, we all grow and learn. And the thing is like, you did pretty well considering, you know, the circumstances. Like, we made some pretty bad mistakes in the beginning stages of the hit. And we're able to pull it in, but we're able to pull that off because we have experience working together. We have experience on, you know, understanding how haulers work. We have experience on, you know, like, utilizing different tactics to be able to leverage against people. That all said though, mate, you know, GG, well played. That, you know, it's a learning experience. And I'll tell you now, like, as a pack rat, you won't have to worry about Mongrel Squad pirating you at least. Or the auxiliaries. So that's 2 pirate orgs you don't have to worry about. Can't speak for the others. So that was our palette cleanse from Dastardly Thoughts. I'm going to link that video there. He's actually got a few other piracy hits. If you guys are interested in watching, feel free to jump onto his channel, subscribe to him if you want. Watch the other piracy videos that he's put out there. I had a train of thought that I was about to start going on, but then it just evaporated in my head. It is late, and I think I've had 3 double shots of this boomba, and fucking I'm feeling it. So I'm going to finish... I'm going to start moving towards finishing the stream whilst I'm finishing this last drink. But I can tell you now, mate, you are not the first person that we've pirated before that has joined us in some sort of capacity. Double shot of Roomba? Yeah, I'm drinking vacuum cleaner fluid. Well, this was a long stream, a lot longer. It went a lot longer than I was expecting. So, what was it? From the start, we had a streamer whose entitlement had finished processing and just couldn't accept the fact that they need to take responsibility for their own gameplay, and more than likely hasn't realized yet, but they just embarrassed themselves in front of CIG, and probably, I don't know, maybe they won't get promoted by CIG again, maybe they won't push to be promoted by CIG again, who knows, but it's their fault that they got bombed the fuck out of because they didn't have adequate security. Yeah, the intro, the first thing went for nearly 2 hours, guys, so if you don't want to watch 2 hours of me bloody laughing and drawing off and all that sort of stuff over a Care Bear that can't handle personal responsibility for gameplay, just wait for when I put out the edited version, which will probably get cut down to like 50 minutes. What was the second one? The second one was Captain Dirty's tutorial on a flight tactic for haulers to utilize. Jack, I highly recommend that you watch that. You probably already are familiar with it though, but you'll be able to watch it and maybe pick something up there. There's a few other things that I gave to Captain Dirty as feedback, as critique, because I always believe in giving honest feedback. It's well intentioned as well. I'm not trying to shit on him. I really want to see others succeed, especially when they're giving information on how to defeat us, which is counterintuitive. I know a lot of people would think that, but god damn it, I'm sick of fucking having easy meals just handed to us, and I want a challenge. So yeah, Captain Dirty put a video out demonstrating a flight tactic that haulers can use and should practice, learn and practice. Practice being the most important component after you learn it. Don't wait until your first piracy encounter to start trying it, because you're going to fucking fail. And it's not going to be the tactic's fault, it's going to be yours. So make sure you practice it. Then we had Cameral's little spit about the color hex code things, which I thought was going to be a lot more in depth, but I guess we missed the Spectrum post. Kind of sad, but you know, I have a feeling that if we'd seen it, we probably would still be going. And in between, pretty sure it was before Captain Dirty's video, we showed Jack Axton singing Happy Birthday to Mongrel Squad, which was great. Did the Spectrum post get deleted? Yes, it did. No camera made the news again? Yeah, Spectrum post got deleted. Maybe Chris Roberts is just sick of his shit. He responded to him once and now camera thinks, oh, Chris Roberts, you know, responded to me once, he'll keep responding to me, right? Right? Now this is Chris just going, look, dude, fuck off. I know what was said like 8 years ago. It's not happening. Marketing team won't let me. Isn't that right, Carl? He's not here. And then we finish off with a nice palette cleanse. With The Treacherous Escort by Dastardly. I already have a name for our video, which will have multiple points of view. I'll make sure to emphasize my point of view a lot in the video as well, because I think it's important. You know, like Mongrel Squad's my walled off garden, and YouTube's a cutthroat business, and I gotta make sure I plaster my face on everything. Okay, I gotta plaster my face on everything and make sure that I'm the focus of the hit. And I'm going to make sure that, you know, like I'll use the streamer footage that I've got and it will all be focused on what I was doing during that hit. Nelson, I still need to send you a message about that and talk to you about that, because within Mongrel Squad, there's some paperwork that needs to be done before I'll accept point of view videos. It's based on my experience with the org logo debacle, which is on the Mongrel Squad YouTube channel, but since then, you know, I make sure that I cross my T's and dot my I's when it comes to this sort of stuff. So yeah, I'll send you a DM in the next day or so. I actually haven't started working on that particular video yet. It's in a backlog, so yeah. And that brings us to now. It's nearly midnight for me, guys. I need to call it a night. I have to be a responsible adult and get up early tomorrow morning. Not as early as what I normally have to. I get a bit of a sleep in. I only have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So, a bit of a sleep in for me. I'm feeling good about that. So yeah, that's it for this stream. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming along. I will be cutting down the sections of this stream into their own little video section, so keep an eye out on the channel. Notifications will go out when the videos go out too, as it happens. The next stream will be tomorrow night, starting at 7:30 PM Australian Eastern Standard Time, GMT +10, and it'll be me getting sweaty in Arena Commander. We'll probably go back to Free Flight. We tried Battle Royale and there was fucking no one around. Going to free Flight for a bit, do some warm-up practices. I'm actually going to look up some exercises that I want to practice, and I'll actually do them on the stream so that I can get some feedback from those who are watching that may be a bit more knowledgeable than I am when it comes to flight combat and the drills that we're practicing, and then just fly around in flight combat killing people, and then if flight combat dies down, switch over to the PU and run red and see if we can bait more people to fight us. Turns out in Star Citizen it's a lot harder to find people to PvP if you're not doing piracy, which is ironic. But that's it for me for tonight, everybody. Thank you very much, and I'll catch us all tomorrow night at 8 PM Australian, correction, 7:30 PM Australian Eastern Standard Time. See you all then. Goodbye.